Chapter 1187. Eternal Night, Primogenita, stared at the white-robed man in front of him. After the sneak attack earlier, he understood that he could not hold back this mysterious heavens will Taoist in a one-on-one fight. Second brother. Eternal Night, Primogenitor, started to contact his life and death brother. Extreme Night, Primogenita. Ha ha ha! You can't do anything to heavens will Taoist? You need my help? Extreme Night, Primogenitor transmitted and sneered. Although the two of them were life and death brothers and had been roaming together since before the first war of the ancient nations, their personalities were still different. Eternal Night, Primogenitor, was more aloof and his methods were more sinister. On the surface, he still cared about his face. He would only tear off his mask at the crucial moment. Only then would he be considered shameless. Most of the time, he still had to maintain his basic face. As for Extreme Night Primogenitor, he did not care about his face at all. Even when facing the weak, deceiving and bewitching were as natural as breathing. This pair, their Tao paths were completely opposite. When they worked together, their combat strength was extremely strong. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and capture this avatar of heavens will Taoist alive. Eternal Night, Primogenitor transmitted and urged. He is an expert in the Tao of Void and has many avatars. As long as we capture this avatar and seal his soul, preventing him from committing suicide, we will be able to see through his identity. Eternal Night Primogenitor said, if we work together, we might be able to capture him. All right, but the disciple you fought with me for previously has to be given to me as a disciple. All right, but we have to successfully capture him. The two of them secretly made a plan. Dongbua Shui Ing stood in midair and looked at Eternal Night Primogenitor. Eternal Night Primogenitor, you're one of the two primogenitors of the Primogenita ancient nation. Why do you have to disregard your identity and act against those weak cultivators? Are you even qualified to question what I want to do? Eternal Night Primogenitor sneered. Of course, I have the right to question you. You can't kill me or even threaten me, but I can threaten you. Dongbua Shui Ing continued. Eternal Night Primogenitor's expression sank. As a monarch, he naturally had many subordinates, and there were many things that he couldn't do personally, so he needed his subordinates to do it. With this heavens will Taoist's temperament, he hated evil as if they were his enemies. He would not show any mercy to demons. And this was the personality of Eternal Night Primogenitor. Many of his subordinates were similarly devilish. If this heavens will Taoist were to carry out an assassination, an expert of the Tao of Void would indeed cause the death of quite a few cosmos gods from the Primogenita ancient nation. Are you threatening me? Eternal Night Primogenitor's eyes flashed with coldness. Eternal Night Primogenitor, why must you do this? Dongbua Shui Ing shook his head. If you really want to collect souls, I believe that the entire Primogenita ancient country is incomparably huge, and there are many criminals who have violated the iron laws of the ancient country. Those imprisoned criminals have been executed in batches, and their souls have been collected by you. Naturally, I won't meddle in other people's business. Eternal Night Primogenitor fell silent. The soul of a criminal? Of course. He had already collected them. With the size of the ancient country, the amount collected was not small. But compared to the requirements of Undying Underworld Emperor, it was still too lacking. Only a large-scale collection of hundreds of millions would be faster. What you said. Eternal Night Primogenitor frowned slightly. It does make sense, but before he could finish his words, boom, boom, two terrifying forces appeared. One was an endless, dazzling light, and the other was an endless, heart-palpitating darkness. Darkness and light were like two extremes in the world. Dongbua Shui Ing only felt the surrounding world spinning continuously. Even his soul felt dizzy amidst this rotation. But he was a level 2 cosmos god in the mirage and illusory realm, and had fused with a droplet of myriad tentacles dragon mother's core blood. His soul was sufficiently strong, allowing him to maintain the most basic level of clarity. It's a sneak attack, Dongbua Shui-ing thought. Hua. Silently, this avatar dissipated like powder. It dissipated from the world and no longer existed. What? Another black-caped male appeared. His cape was pitch black, and one could vaguely see some blood patterns. He was none other than Extreme Night Primogenitor. Eternal Night Primogenitor and Extreme Night Primogenitor. He actually failed. Extreme Night Primogenitor softly shook his head. This Heavens Will Daoist soul is sufficiently strong. He could actually maintain his consciousness and dissipate this avatar. As long as he was dazed for a moment, by the time he regained his consciousness, his soul would have been sealed. Even though he had some concealing techniques, by then Eternal Night Primogenitor and Extreme Night Primogenitor could directly permeate their energy into his soul and easily discover the true soul aura of Heavens Will Daoist. Through this, they could discover the identity of Heavens Will Daoist. Why was Heavens Will Daoist so powerful? Why could he render all devils in Realm Heart, Great Land, helpless against him? Precisely because his identity was kept a secret. There were no flaws that could be exploited. Since I failed this time, it's impossible for me to succeed the next time. Eternal Night Primogenitor felt both anxious and helpless. Hua, a white-robed male, walked out from nothingness. For two primogenitors to work together against me, I, Heavens Will Daoist, have a huge reputation. Dongbua Shui-ing guffawed. Since he took the initiative to persuade the other party, he had to stand out openly. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be unprepared. Even though he was confident in his 9 great avatars working together with the Void Fire Lotus Flower, he would simply be a target if he stood out openly. Who knew what other techniques Eternal Night Primogena had? For instance, working together with 2 or 3 unparalleled existences. For instance, if that more sinister, undying Underworld Emperor joined in, he could not afford to lose. Currently, he was not willing to reveal his identity. Hence, he might as well send out an ordinary avatar that did not bring any treasures. He had more than 10,000 avatars. Hence, an ordinary avatar was not worth mentioning even if it dissipated. The two of you, are you still planning to deal with me? Dongbua Shui-ing looked at Eternal Night Primogenitor and Extreme Night Primogenitor before him with a chuckle. Hua! This avatar of his dissipated once again. Following that, another white-robed male walked out from nothingness. Being a final realm cultivator in the Tao of Void, I have many avatars. Once I dissipate one, another will appear. The speed at which I dissipate is slower than the speed at which I refine avatars. The newly formed avatar of Dongbua Shui-ing grinned at Extreme Night Primogenitor and Eternal Night Primogenitor. Eternal Night Primogenitor and Extreme Night Primogenitor exchanged glances. This Heavens Will Daoist. He was different from ordinary final realm cultivators. He had reached the final realm in the Tao of Void. He had many avatars. They wanted to capture and seal him alive. However, the other party's soul seemed to be very powerful. They were unable to control him even after working together to launch a sneak attack. The two of them were even more helpless. South, Dongbua Shui-ing stood there. Another white-robed male walked out from nothingness. He took out a flask of wine and started drinking. Eternal Night Primogenitor's expression instantly turned gloomy. This flask of wine, it was from the Primogenitor Ancient Country's Eternal Night City. Just a moment ago, Dongbua Shui-ing had sent an avatar to use the Great Destruction Realm Teleportation Technique to sneak into Eternal Night Primogenitor's cultivation room. After grabbing a flask of wine, he immediately rushed over. It is very simple for me to kill some of the demons in the Primogenita Ancient Country. The two Dongbua Shui-ing each held a cup of wine and drank. At the same time they said, Of course, I have no intention of becoming enemies with the two primogenitors. I only wish to help those pitiful, ordinary, and weak cultivators. Primogenitors, please be merciful and kind and give them a path of survival. Collect souls? There are plenty of other methods. You just have to spend more time. Extreme Night Primogenitor and Eternal Night Primogenitor exchanged glances. They felt furious and helpless in their hearts. This was also the helplessness unparalleled existences felt when facing some of the absolute great devils in the realm heart great land. Those absolute great devils were incredibly arrogant. They even dared to occasionally wreak havoc in the 6 great ancient nations. Why? Even the absolute great devils could not kill them by relying on their unparalleled existences. They relied on the fact that the unparalleled existences had huge businesses and did not dare to shed all pretense of cordiality with them. And now this Heavens Will Daoist was the exact opposite of those absolute great devils. He wanted to help those weak cultivators. Actually, he was very similar to Limitless City Master. Limitless City Master was also protecting the order of the realm heart great land, ensuring that the cultivators could reproduce normally. But clearly, the scope of order in the eyes of Limitless City Master was much larger. Even if a city was massacred, it was not worth mentioning. Dongbua Shui Ing wanted to protect the order he believed to be. He didn't care about the ordinary life and death battles that took place during cultivation, but the large-scale massacres of trillions of people was something Dongbua Shuiing had to care about. What should we do? Extreme Night Primogenitor transmitted to Eternal Night Primogenitor. Eternal Night, we don't know where this Heavens Will Daoist came from. We can't threaten him at all. As for collecting souls, you should have been collecting them for a very long time, right? I have been collecting for more than 100 million years. I have been very careful, but who would have thought that I would still be discovered? Eternal Night Primogenitor transmitted back. You have been collecting for more than 100 million years before being discovered. Since that's the case, we should temporarily agree to him and collect more souls in the dark. Furthermore, try not to let this Heavens Will Daoist discover that you are related to him. Extreme Night Primogenitor transmitted. As long as we are more careful and low profile, it won't be that easy for this Heavens Will Daoist to discover us. I can only do this. Eternal Night Primogenitor thought. He felt sullen in his heart, yet he was helpless. Facing such an expert who had no worries and could not be killed, what could he do even if he had many avatars? Rest assured, it's impossible for him to keep his identity a secret forever. He will eventually be exposed. Extreme Night Primogenitor transmitted. What we are enduring now will be returned to him when his identity is exposed. Not just us. Those devils who were intimidated by him will definitely take revenge. When his identity is exposed, he will understand why nobody dared to do so in the realm heart great land. Amen. Eternal Night Primogenitor nodded. Let's endure for now. After cultivating for so long, they were very patient. They looked forward to the day when Heavens Will Daoist's identity was exposed. Chapter 1188. Facing the Eternal Night Primogenitor and the Extreme Night Primogenitor. Dongbua Shuiing smiled faintly and bowed slightly to show his respect before disappearing into the void. He took the initiative to leave and show his respect. He was also leaving some face for Eternal Night Primogenitor and Extreme Night Primogenitor. He could see that Eternal Night Primogenitor already had the intention to retreat. Given his identity, it was naturally impossible for him to admit defeat. On the contrary, he, Heavens Will Daoist, bowed to show his respect and left, giving the other party a way out. Eternal Night Primogenitor and the others are the leaders of an ancient country. My identity as this Heavens Will Daoist has no flaws at all. However, I can't humiliate them too much to prevent them from flying into a rage. Dongbua Shuiing understood this point. If he, Dongbua Shuiing, was an invincible existence, It would have been fine if Dongbo Shui-ing humiliated him verbally. After all, they were on the same level. Currently, his strength was still far inferior to an invincible existence. Their strength was inferior, and the other party was already unhappy that they had to endure it. If they continued to humiliate them, it was hard to guarantee that the Eternal Night Primogenitor and the others would go crazy and ignore their subordinates. Let's go. The Extreme Night Primogenitor chuckled and disappeared. The Eternal Night Primogenitor coldly stared into the distance. This time he was ultimately forced to temporarily lower his head. After that he vanished without a trace. Very few watched this battle. Even the majority of cosmos gods did not witness this battle. Only a few invincible existences, ultimate realm existences, and other rare existences could sense the fluctuations of the battle and watch this battle from afar. Although the number of experts watching this battle was extremely small, it had a great impact. The two primogenitors of Primogenita Ancient Country worked together, yet they couldn't force Heavens Will Daoist to reveal his identity. After this battle, it will be hard to shake Heavens Will Daoist in a short period of time. MN, those devils are waiting for Heavens Will Daoist's identity to be exposed. I'm afraid they will have to wait for a very long time. So powerful. When the two primogenitors of the Primogenita Ancient Country work together, they are extremely terrifying. Yet, they can't do anything to Heavens Will Daoist. Most likely, only the Myriad Realms Ancient Nation and the Summer Wind Ancient Nation could deal against Heavens Will Daoist. Unparalleled existences prioritize their status, and not many would be like Eternal Night Primogenitor who would shamelessly sneak an attack. For the time being, the Heavens Will Daoist has nothing to worry about. Everyone made their own judgments. An invincible existence, launching a sneak attack on a weaker final stage cultivator without a supreme secret treasure? It was shameless to begin with. Sneak attack together? That was even more shameless. Only those two from the Primogenita Ancient Kingdom could do it so straightforwardly. With Emperor Xia's temper and God Emperor Armageddon's temper, it was a great humiliation for them to do this. Unless something that would affect their chances of breaking through to the chaotic origin level appeared. Only then would they disregard everything. For instance, the First and Second War of the Ancient Nations. Normally, most people would place great importance on their status and face. A handsome young man wearing a luxurious golden robe and a crown sat alone on the throne. He held a cup of scarlet fruit wine and looked into the distance. His eyes easily saw the entire process of the battle just now. Ever since I returned to the realm heart, great land, my life has become comfortable. The handsome young man whispered with a smile on his face. Only the Broken Teeth Mountain range made me feel a bit of the dangerous aura of the past. Broken Teeth Mountains, the most dangerous place in Realm Heart, Great Land. Several chaotic origin, life-form corpses were thrown there. Even unparalleled existences had fallen there. Returning to his hometown, to Undying Underworld Emperor, the Broken Teeth Mountain range was still attractive to him. Yuan, I failed. Are you not going to give me another chance? The handsome young man looked up. His vision penetrated through the palace walls and the vast void. He could vaguely see the higher dimension. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. I am truly unwilling to be an ant trapped in a cage. The handsome young man muttered. Underworld Emperor, you should have seen it too. That Heavens Will Daoist is truly hard to deal with. Hence, I hope for Underworld Emperor to extend the time limit. I'm not confident of dealing with him within the original time limit. Eternal Night Primogenitor transmitted. The handsome young man sneered. Eternal Night, you have to bear the oath you made in the past. As for the time limit, I can allow you to delay for twice the original amount of time. But the moment you do so, the benefits I promised you will be halved. Eternal Night Primogenitor turned silent at that moment. Naturally, if you settle it within the original amount of time, everything will go according to the original promise. the handsome young man said. He had already relaxed his conditions. According to the original conditions, the moment eternal night primogenitor failed, he would be violating the oath. Even if he delayed for twice the original amount of time, he would still be within the scope of the oath. All right, I agree. Eternal night primogenitor acknowledged. The handsome young man sneered. Black flames could vaguely be seen surging in his eyes. He muttered softly, "Heavens will Taoist? Interesting. He wants to suppress all devils in the realm heart, great land by himself. Should I spend some effort to uncover his identity? To unparalleled existences in the realm heart, great land, Heavens will Taoist could disguise his aura flawlessly. But to undying underworld emperor who had experienced countless dangers outside, he had ways to uncover his identity. Foolish. The handsome young man frowned. How can I use the strength I have painstakingly accumulated on such a minor matter that I am curious about? It seems that I have returned to the realm heart, great land, for too long without any dangers. In addition to the lack of opportunities, my mentality has changed. With such a mentality, I still want to learn from Lord Lo Cheng and use his great willpower and determination to break through with force. He immediately threw the thought of uncovering the identity of Heavens will Taoist to the back of his mind. To undying underworld emperor, Heavens will Taoist was merely an entertainment. He did not threaten him at all. Time passed, just like how many apex experts determined. Even though few experts saw the battle between Dongbua Shuang and the two unparalleled existences from the primogenitor ancient nation, its influence still spread out. The order of the entire realm heart, great land, became much better. Even the gathering places of devils became much more low profile. Even though there were still some cruel incidents happening, they were far from large-scale massacres. Dongbua Shuang did not interfere with those cruel battles between experts. Instead, he chose to choose the Tao of Devils. Over the years, Dongbua Shuang would still occasionally use the identity of Heavens will Taoist to kill those devils who dared to engage in massacres. There would always be those who were ignorant. There would always be those who harbored hope in their hearts. And there would always be those who could not suppress the madness in their hearts. Eliminate them all. In the blink of an eye, 10 billion years passed. To cosmos gods, this short period was merely a short period of closed-door cultivation. To Dongbua Shuang, it was a relatively short period of cultivation. Even after relying on the world flower and improving his Tao of Void, he continued pondering over the fifth killing move. But during these 10 billion years, the most important thing to him was the chaotic origin weapon was finally about to be refined. Chi, 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 within the meditation room. A fragrance permeated the place. The white-robed Dongbua Shuang sat cross-legged there. Before him, a dark spear floated there. It seemed cold and ordinary, but if one carefully sensed it, they would feel their heart palpitating. That was a power that originated from a higher dimension. The core material of the entire chaotic origin weapon was the chaotic origin sand. 50,000 kilograms of chaotic origin sand was equivalent to collecting more than half the chaotic origin sand in the entire realm heart, great land. Fortunately, the chaotic origin sand was too high-end. It was a material of a higher dimension, and unparalleled existences could not use it at all. Even though they knew that it had an extraordinary origin, it was still expensive. But even if they could not use it, Dongbua Shuang still managed to get it by relying on the Mirage scripture. He had spent 10 billion years refining it step by step, and now he was at the final juncture. South, a strand of violet gold liquid began transforming in midair. It gradually turned into an array, albeit at a slow speed. No choice. This array was too high-end. Dongbua Shuang could only rely on the array diagram that came with the chaotic origin 7 strikes to control it step by step. If he had to do it in one go, he could not do it. Only after 2 hours or so did the array, formed by the violet gold liquid, was completed. The moment the array was formed, it became translucent. It was faintly discernible, as if it existed within the origin world, yet it seemed to be connected to a higher dimension beyond the origin world. Pu. Under the control of Dongbua Shuiying, this array pounced towards the spear. At the moment it pounced over, many arrays lit up on the spear. A terrifying force blasted out in all directions. The surface of Dongbua Shuiying's body was protected by many layers of stacked space. This force even broke through all defenses and struck against the body of Dongbua Shuiying, causing his powerful fleshy body to feel the terrifying impact. He could not help but fly backwards before crashing against the walls of the meditation room. Fortunately, the meditation room was protected by many arrays. It was also the core of the entire Facia city. Hence, it was able to suppress this explosive aura. Following that, the aura of this black spear was kept. Dongbua Shuiying's consciousness immediately permeated in according to the cultivation technique. He began soothing this terrifying chaotic origin weapon. Chaotic origin weapons were originally weapons used by higher-leveled chaotic origin life forms. But Yuan was specially made for Dongbua Shuiying, using the most common chaotic origin sand in the higher dimension as the foundation. He refined the most simplified chaotic origin weapon. Even the refinement method was simplified to the extreme. Only by doing so could cosmos gods use such chaotic origin weapons. Even supreme-graded secret treasures were bestowed by Yuan. If not for him, how could a final realm expert own such a weapon? Actually, supreme-graded secret treasures only contained part of the profound mysteries at the chaotic origin level. I've finally succeeded. I've succeeded. Dongbua Shuiying could feel the terrifying energy contained within this spear. His heart was filled with joy. This spear will aid me in stepping onto the chaotic origin path. I shall call it Azure River. Dongbua Shuiying thought. Azure River. This name represented his hometown, Azure River County. It also represented his wife and children. Those were the most important people in his life. Today is the first day. Chapter 1189. Dongbua Shuiying walked to the floating, pitch-black spear. Looking up, he extended his hand and grabbed the spear body. Holding onto it, Shuiying felt comfortable. He even felt his soul trembling as if his soul and the spear were connected together. Chaotic origin weapon. Who would have thought that I could own a chaotic origin weapon? Dongbua Shuiying's eyes brightened. Across the entire realm Heart Great Land, there were more than 10 supreme-graded secret treasures. Adding up the number of unparalleled existences that fell, there were more than 20. But what about a chaotic origin weapon? One had to know that it was harder to obtain a supreme-graded secret importation than a supreme-graded secret treasure. And a chaotic origin weapon was even rarer than a supreme-graded secret importation. Unparalleled existences in the realm Heart Great Land had accumulated quite a lot of chaotic origin sand over the years. Yet only he, Dongbua Shuiying, had collected it on a large scale. From this, it was possible that there was only one chaotic origin weapon in the entire realm Heart Great Land. Who? He sat down cross-legged. He placed the spear on his knees. As his soul fused with the spirituality of the spear, he was gradually refining the spear. Refining a chaotic origin weapon was originally difficult. Cosmos gods could not even hope to refine it. But fortunately, every single part of the spear was personally refined by Dongbua Shuiying. That complicated process of refinement was actually an initial refinement. And now, it was much easier for him to refine it. Just 300 years later, the Azure River Spear was completely at his will. Originally, I could only execute the first 3 strikes of the chaotic origin 7 strikes. But now, by relying on the Azure River Spear, I can execute the first 5 strikes. Dongbua Shuiying was very satisfied. If not for the Azure River Spear, even if he reached the final realm, he would only be able to execute the technique to this level. I have to properly experience it. Even though his strength had increased significantly, the chaotic origin weapon Azure River Spear was merely a stepping stone for him to better comprehend the Tao of void and chaotic origin energy. Nobody in the realm heart Great Land knew that Dongbu Shui Ing had refined the chaotic origin weapon, Azure River Spear. Everything in the vast realm heart Great Land was still rolling forward. With the appearance of heavens will Taoist, the order in the realm heart Great Land had become much better. Incidents of great massacres were less than 100 times less than in the past. This was the deterrence of a peerless expert. In the blink of an eye, another 300 billion years passed. Dongbu Shui-ing was still cultivating in seclusion. He had even relied on the world flowers to comprehend the chaotic origin weapon, Azure River Spear, to execute the chaotic origin 5 strikes. Dongbu Shui-ing had created the 5th killing move of Fei Shue's combat technique. It was incredibly powerful, and it also had the effect of escaping. It could be considered a variant of the great world-breaching teleportation technique. As a matter of fact, Dongbu Shui-ing's great world-breaching teleportation technique was relatively weak too. If it was the great world-breaching teleportation technique used by an ultimate realm expert, then it would be much more profound and perfect. Not only could he escape, but he could also bring other lives with him. On this day, a piece of news reached Dongbu Shui-ing. What Paragon Master Bewitching Sword has broken through to the final realm? Dongbu Shui-ing was startled when he saw this piece of news. So fast? Paragon Master Bewitching Sword had once fought alongside him in the Realm Heart God Palace. Even when Eternal Night Primogenitor acted against him, Paragon Master Bewitching Sword did his best to stop him. Hence, Paragon Master Bewitching Sword was indeed friendly to him. It's just that Paragon Master Bewitching Sword was a new Paragon Master from the Song clan in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. He was also the youngest Paragon Master in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Despite being so young, he had surpassed many other Paragon Masters, including Great Paragon Fui, Skyrending Great Paragon, and others. Final realm. Dongbu Shui-ing muttered. Only after bitterly cultivating did he understand how difficult it was to reach the final realm. He had long fused 8 branches together. He even had the world flowers and a supreme secret importation. His comprehension abilities were also incredibly high. Yet, at the final step, he had created 5 great killing moves. His accumulations were incredibly deep, yet he still felt he was lacking by a little. Shui-ing did not know when he could take this crucial step. Great Paragon Fui, Southern Cloud King, Skyrending Great Paragon, and others were all stuck at this bottleneck. Looking at the realm heart, Great Land, other than unparalleled existences, the number of other final realm cultivators could be counted with 2 hands. How few were there in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation? Other than the 3 unparalleled existences, there were no other final realm cultivators. Paragon Master Bewitching Sword was the only final realm cultivator that appeared in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation other than the 3 unparalleled existences. Final realm ceremony. Paragon Master Bewitching Sword treats me really well. I should pick some gifts and rush over. Dongbu Shui-ing thought. Finally, a final realm cultivator was born in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. A grand ceremony to celebrate the birth of a final realm cultivator was also held in the core city of the Tsong clan, Emperor Tsong City. Experts from various places came over to congratulate them. The surrounding dozens of nations naturally did not dare not attend. Even the other 5 ancient countries had sent envoys to congratulate him. Many of the smaller countries had even sent their rulers to congratulate him personally. I've never seen so many cosmos gods before. The white-robed young man, Dongbu Shui-ing, and Southern Cloud King arrived side by side. They presented their gifts before entering the enormous palace hall. Under the guidance of the attendants, they were seated. With a glance, there were more than 500 cosmos gods bustling about in this palace hall. Furthermore, they were merely here to congratulate the final realm cultivator. One could see the difference between the realm heart, great land, and the primal chaos void. It is rare for a final realm cultivator to appear. Usually, lone cultivators or final realm cultivators who rose from small nations would not hold such a ceremony. Only ancient nations would have such an extravagant celebration. Southern Cloud King said from the side, "Furthermore, this paragon master bewitching sword has risen too quickly. He broke through to the cosmos god realm before becoming a paragon master. Now he has even reached the final realm. He has cultivated for a short period. Even though it is much longer than yours, he has only entered the realm heart god palace once. Now that he has reached the final realm, with his frightening cultivation speed, it is possible for him to acquire a supreme graded secret treasure in the realm heart god palace. Furthermore, Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsang, and Ancestor Fan will definitely do their best to help Paragon Master Bewitching Sword. Hence, it is highly possible for this Paragon Master Bewitching Sword to acquire a supreme graded secret treasure during the next opening of the Realm Heart God Palace." Southern Cloud King sighed. So many cosmos gods are here to congratulate the Summer Wind Ancient Nation on one hand, and to express their goodwill to Paragon Master Bewitching Sword on the other. After all, he might be a new, unparalleled existence. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. Naturally, during the ceremony, it is possible that Paragon Master Bewitching Sword will practice his Tao path to the final realm. This should be one of the reasons why so many cosmos gods are here, Southern Cloud King said. His eyes were filled with slight anticipation. How much he desired to reach the final realm. Final realm, Dongbua Shui Ing muttered. This time he was participating in the ceremony of others. He did not know when he would break through. Only after he broke through could he save his loved ones and good friends, bringing them out of the primal chaos void and into other origin worlds. Isn't that Monarch Feishue? Monarch Feishue came together with Southern Cloud King. This Monarch Feishue is quite low profile. The previous time when the Realm Heart God Palace opened, it was said that he reaped a huge harvest within. It's a pity that he was killed by Eternal Night, Primogenitor in the end. Not only was his avatar destroyed, all his treasures were taken away too. He originally had the strength of a Paragon Master. Now that he lost his treasures, his strength has greatly decreased. How pitiful. It isn't easy to become a Paragon Master, yet he lost it after gaining it. There were more than 500 cosmos gods gathered in the palace hall. They were usually overlords of a region. They were either kings or the few highest existences in a nation. It was rare for them to meet during normal occasions. Yet during this ceremony, they were all discussing about other people. When they talked about Monarch Feishue, some cosmos gods felt pity for him, and some were rejoicing in his misfortune. Naturally, they communicated through voice transmissions, and there was no need to talk about it publicly. They could choose not to give face to Monarch Feishue, but they still had to give face to Southern Cloud King. Snow Eagle, there are quite a few cosmos gods who feel pity for you. Southern Cloud King also noticed the surrounding cosmos gods looking over. Even though they chuckled, some of them were looking at Dongbua Shui with a meaningful gaze. If they knew that you are the Heavens Will Taoist, I wonder what expression they would have. These cosmos gods aren't worth caring about. Dongbua Shui transmitted back. He did not care about those cosmos gods. To us, the most important thing is to reach the final realm. Currently, I have this strength merely by relying on external materials. That's right. You have reached the final realm. Southern Cloud King softly nodded. Both teacher and disciple desired to reach the final realm. They are here. The entire palace hall suddenly turned silent. Above the great palace hall, figures appeared. Emperor Tsang, Emperor Summer, and Ancestor Fan were at the center. and Paragon Master Bewitching Sword was at the left-hand position of Emperor Song. Chapter 1190. Paragon Master Bewitching Sword sat there. Sweeping his gaze downwards, he exchanged glances with some familiar people and even chatted with them. He also turned to Dongbua Shui-ing with a chuckle. "Brother Feishue, do you still remember when we attempted the 18 stages together in the Realm Heart God Palace? If I could reach the final realm at that time, it would be possible for me to bring you away." Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly startled by the kindness and passion of the other party. He immediately replied, "That time, Brother Bewitching Sword has already done your best for me. I am already grateful. At that time, Paragon Master Bewitching Sword went to obstruct Paragon Master Bewitching Sword. If not for Eternal Night, Primogenitor being unwilling to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, he would have killed Paragon Master Bewitching Sword with a wave of his hand." Paragon Master Bewitching Sword chuckled. He then transmitted a few words to other familiar friends, and at the same time, Emperor Song was also presiding over this ceremony. After all, it was a disciple of his Tsong clan who broke through to the final realm. Emperor Summer and the others were clearly in a good mood. They organized a lively ceremony. Many performances even broadened the horizons of Dongbua Shui-ing. This ceremony lasted for 9 days before it ended. "Southern Cloud King, it has been a long time since the two of us met, right? I've arranged a small gathering in Emperor Song City tonight. Are you free to join us? Brother Heaven Ancient will be there too. Oh, Monarch Feishue will be joining us too. Brother Southern Cloud." Southern Cloud, because there were many cosmos gods participating in the ceremony, it was rare for them to meet each other. After the banquet ended, many invitations were sent out, forming many small-scale gatherings. After all, even though the ceremony was lively, it was relatively reserved. It was more casual for small-scale gatherings. Southern Cloud King was the wealthiest Paragon Master, the creator of one of the 10 great religions, the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion, and one of the absolute heroes in Realm Heart, Great Land. Naturally, many invited him. Many gave him face by inviting Monarch Feishue. Monarch Feishue was just a level 2 cosmos god and was considered ordinary amongst the cosmos gods participating in the ceremony. "Brother Feishue, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Master Bewitching Sword took the initiative to invite Dongbua Shui-ing over. He pulled Dongbua Shui-ing away. "I have a small gathering, and I've invited a few good friends. You and I have gone through thick and thin together, so don't reject me." Dongbua Shui-ing had no choice but to tag along. This made the large group of cosmos gods dumbfounded. The demonic sword master has such a good relationship with Monarch Feishue. I've heard that they passed through the 18 stages of the Realm Heart God Palace together. He has merely ventured through the Realm Heart God Palace, yet their relationship is so close. Many cosmos gods felt envious. After reaching the final realm, the Bewitching Sword Master could do as he pleased. He could invite whoever he wanted. He was not afraid of offending others. After all, if a final realm cultivator became a demon, he would immediately become a peerless demon. Even an invincible existence would find it difficult to deal with him. Not to mention the fact that he, Lord Bewitching Sword, had only cultivated for a short period of time and had the chance to obtain a supreme grade secret treasure. Behind him, he still had Emperor Summer, Emperor Song, and Ancestor Fan as his staunch allies. Hence, Master Bewitching Sword merely invited 10 or so cultivators who were close to him. He did not even invite Southern Cloud King. That night, during the gathering, Master Bewitching Sword also introduced Dongbua Shui-ing to some of his good friends, letting others know that Monarch Feishue was a life and death friend of Master Bewitching Sword. For a moment, in the eyes of many cosmos gods across the Realm Heart, Great Land, this Monarch Feishue had a teacher, Southern Cloud King. Furthermore, he was a life and death friend of Master Bewitching Sword. Hence, many cosmos gods became much more polite and respectful towards monarch Feishue. It would be much easier if he asked others for help. But the current Dongbua Shueing was completely focused on cultivation. He would only occasionally incarnate as Heaven's will Taoist to kill some devils. Fan Clan Magic Mountain. The short and thick burning heart god tree was covered by a violet tree crown. A white-robed young man sat cross-legged. Time passed. The wind blew. Occasionally, there would be leaves that seemed to be carved from violet jade falling down. Ever since the transaction of the Mirage scripture, Dongbua Shueing had always left an avatar cultivating here. According to the conditions of the transaction, he was qualified to cultivate under the burning heart god tree for 1,000,000,000,000 years. But now it had been 300 billion years. Just 10,000 years after Master Bewitching, sword broke through to the final realm. Dongbua Shueing suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were dark as if they were filled with terrifying destruction. And with another blink, his eyes returned to normal. I've succeeded in fusing 4 branches together. Dongbua Shueing revealed a grin. Unknowingly, I've fused 4 branches in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. I'm just one step away from fusing all 5 branches together. He had long reached the final realm in the Tao of Void, and now it was the same for the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, but the significance of the two was different. The Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm was a Tao path that focused on the soul. Its difficulty was much higher. Across the entire Realm Heart Great Land, there were very few who reached the Cosmos God Realm in the Tao of Soul. And those who reached the Level 2 Cosmos God Realm in the Tao of Soul were even rarer than those who reached the final realm in other Tao paths. This Tao path was incredibly difficult. Even the scriptures were incomparably precious. Fusing 4 branches together, Dongbua Shueing chuckled. I feel that my talent in the Tao of Mirage is much higher than my talent in the Tao of Void. Indeed, because too many predecessors had walked on the Tao of Void, Shueing had obtained many opportunities, like General Mo Gu's scaled armor, Emperor Jun's 4 diagrams absolute art, Void Primogenitor's Walker's hidden secret, all sorts of benefits he had obtained from the Realm Heart Great Land. Forget about the Scarlet Cloud combat technique, Southern Cloud, 12 sacred styles, and chaotic origin Tao scroll. There were also the 9 world flowers bestowed by Lord Lo Cheng and the supreme secret importation from Yuan's Realm Heart God Palace. Many opportunities in addition to his talent allowed him to walk to where he was today. Comparatively speaking, the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm had fewer opportunities in the outside world. In his hometown Primal Chaos Void, the moment he reached the Primal Chaos Realm, he would be the #1 expert in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. He had to pave his own path. And after coming to the Realm Heart Great Land, Shueing had worked hard to obtain Ancestor Fan's Heart Realm. Shueing had even surpassed Ancestor Fan very quickly, and Ancestor Fan even wanted to learn the Mirage scripture that Shueing created. Currently, Shueing had fused 4 branches together across the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Only he, Dongbua Shueing, had fused 4 branches together. He could be said to be the #1 expert in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. At a certain location far away in the higher dimension, an old man was currently seated opposite Lord Lo Cheng. They were both drinking tea. Amen. The old man abruptly turned towards a direction. Elder Brother Yuan, what is it? Lord Lo Cheng asked. That Dongbua Shueing has fused 4 branches together in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Yuan was incredibly startled. The Realm Heart Great Land was created by him, and Dongbua Shueing was one of the few origin worlds he paid close attention to. Otherwise, he would not have specially pondered over the simplified chaotic origin weapon refinement technique and would not bestow the core blood of myriad tentacles dragon mother to him. Fusing 4 branches together means he is just a step away from reaching the final realm. Lord Lo Chang was startled. In your realm heart great land, there is only this Dongbua Shuang who is just a step away from reaching the final realm in the Tao of Soul, right? Right, there is only him. Yuan was startled too. It was too difficult to advance in the Tao of Soul. Dongbua Shuang felt that he was the #1 expert in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm in Realm Heart, Great Land. Yet, he did not know that he was the #1 expert in the Tao of Soul in Realm Heart, Great Land. The majority of the origin worlds do not have as many experts as the Realm Heart, Great Land. Yuan sighed. Just by relying on their huge numbers and including some cultivators in some unique places in the chaotic origin dimension, there are more than 100 who are just a step away from reaching the final realm in the Tao of Soul. But there has never been one who cultivated for such a short period, like Dongbua Shuang. That's right. Lord Lo Ching nodded. According to what the 2 of them knew, there had never been anyone who reached the final realm in the Tao of Soul. Not a single one. Hence, Yuan could not bestow down any scriptures in the Realm Heart, Great Land. Because even though they were experts amongst chaotic origin life forms, they did not specialize in the Tao of Soul. Currently, what they knew was that the deepest Tao of Soul was just a step away from reaching the final realm. He has cultivated for too short a period. Lord Lo Ching sighed. Adding up the time he spent in his hometown origin world and the Realm Heart Great Land, he has cultivated for less than 2 trillion years. Yet in less than 2 trillion years he has cultivated the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm to this stage that is too terrifying. His talent in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm is indeed frightening. Yes, Yuan's eyes were also emitting light. I have a premonition that if he were to reach the final realm in the Mirage and Illusory Realm, it wouldn't be hard for him to become a chaotic origin life form. Haha, he has broken through in my Realm Heart, Great Land. Seeing his temperament, it seems he cares more about the weak than you and me. He is someone who remembers old friendships and knows how to be grateful. By then, it would be easy for him to join our side. Yes, Jehovah Lo Ching smiled. I also gave him 9 world flowers previously. However, the prerequisite for this is that his Mirage and Illusory Realm has reached the final realm. For ordinary Tao paths, breaking through to the final step was already extremely difficult. It was likely that breaking through in the Mirage and Illusory Realm would be even more difficult. In many origin worlds, there are over 100 people who are only 1 step away from reaching the ultimate realm in terms of soul power, but all of them are stuck there. Not a single one of them can take that final step. Yuan softly nodded. I've long given him a droplet of myriad tentacles, dragon mother's core blood, to a cosmos god who has yet to jump out of the cage. This is the limit of his soul. We can't help him. In the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, he is already standing at the peak. From now on, he has to walk on his own. His cultivation speed is really fast. His talent in this aspect has far surpassed all known cultivators. Jehovah Lo Ching nodded. Even though the final step is difficult, in terms of hope, he is the one with the greatest hope. Let's wait and see. Yuan chuckled. Everyone says that it is a waste of time for me to create the Realm Heart Great Land. Yet they do not know that only by spending enough time and having sufficient patience would a true expert appear. The 2 of them paid attention to this matter for a while before no longer caring about it. They knew that it would not be easy for this Dongbua Shuang to reach the final realm in the Mirage and Illusory Realm. Chapter 1191. Hometown Primal Chaos Void. This place was much more peaceful than the Realm Heart Great Land, but it was the calm before a storm. The #1 expert in the entire Primal Chaos Void, Sacred Master, was cultivating wholeheartedly. He was absorbing the faith energy from the civilians in the ancient sacred world, relying on the ancient sacred incarnation to convert it into origin source energy. In other sacred worlds and primal chaos lands, there were many believers who were contributing faith energy to him. Sacred Master had always been accumulating energy. He was prepared to attempt the final breakthrough when the great apocalypse arrived. He wanted to see if he could grasp the supreme law of this era and become a chaotic origin life form. If he failed, he could only wait for the next era. As for other cosmos gods like Dongbu Shuiing and others, they were also cultivating wholeheartedly. Without reaching the final realm, it was impossible for them to resist against the apocalypse and rebirth of an origin world. And in the Lost World corridor, within a sealed space, there was a floating black flower. The petals of the flower were completely closed. After a long time, this black flower finally blossomed, revealing a sinister thin male with a long scaled tail seated within. He was a destruction devil and also the current leader of all destruction devils in the Lost World corridor. Emperor June slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a strange color. "I've finally reached the final realm." Emperor June could hardly conceal his excitement. He looked at the space in front of him. Many strands of energy were spreading everywhere, and all the laws were controlled by him. He could easily control this final realm energy. Reaching the final realm, at least I can easily survive against the great apocalypse of this origin world. I can easily survive until the next era. Emperor June narrowed his eyes and pondered. According to Senior's guidance, there are two final realm experts in this origin world: Old Monster Stone and Sacred Master. Sacred Master is also a destruction devil from a certain era, but an origin world can only have one who grasps the supreme law. They are all my opponents. After Emperor June reached the final realm, he was already planning to jump out of the cage and become a chaotic origin life form. The most common method was to take control of an source world and use the immense power of that source world to allow oneself to reach another level of life. As for the other method, it was to break through with force. By cultivating oneself, one would be able to forcefully jump out of this cage. At that time, one would be able to easily control an source world. Old Monster Stone and the Sacred Lord have both reached the final realm a long time ago. Their foundations are deeper than mine. I have to seize this opportunity. In this era, I'm the product of the supreme laws. I was born to destroy. As long as I destroy more, the supreme laws will bestow more benefits to me. Emperor June thought, it's fine if I don't act. But the moment I act, I must not give Sacred Master and Old Monster Stone any chance. We must destroy the entire origin world as soon as possible and force it into the great apocalypse. Once the great calamity occurred, those who were not at the final realm would all die. Even those destruction devils would be wiped out. Emperor June did not care. What he cared about was that he could receive a great blessing from the supreme laws of nature. His destruction was done in accordance with the power of the supreme natural order. However, for cultivators like Dongbu Shuiing, they were not willing to die just like that. All living beings had the desire to live, so they naturally did their best to maintain this era. Let me consolidate my strength first. The moment everything is done, it will be time for me to act. Emperor June revealed a grin. Even though Sacred Master and the others aren't any weaker than me, they can't threaten or obstruct me. Just a few tens of thousands of years later, Emperor June felt that he had consolidated his strength. It's time for me to act. Emperor June grinned. See La, the surrounding void suddenly distorted into a black hole. Emperor June took a step into the black hole and disappeared from the vicinity. When he appeared again, he was in the myriad ancient sacred world. Myriad ancient sacred world. Emperor June walked out of the black hole. He looked downwards and saw a tribe in the vast wilderness. There were many civilians living here. Further away, there was a huge city. Humph, humph, humph. Emperor June sneered coldly. His long scaled tail swung about. He then waved out his palm that was covered in scales. See-la, the boundless void ahead began distorting. The earth was completely distorted and destroyed. Even the deepest part of the earth had been penetrated through, allowing one to see the primal chaos void at the other end of the myriad ancient sacred world. This distortion spread out in all directions. That tribe was instantly turned into nothingness, and the distant huge city was also affected and destroyed. There were many civilians within the city, and there was even a primal chaos city master, but it was futile. They could not resist at all. It was as if they were erased from a painting. That huge city and all the living beings within were wiped out. Emperor June's move was too ruthless. He did not do it intentionally. His true motive was to destroy the entire myriad ancient sacred world. The myriad ancient sacred world was constructed by Wu Zhu, Jie Zhu, and the others over a long period of time. Even a final realm expert would require some time to completely destroy it. What? In the ancient sacred world. Being a final realm expert, Sacred Master, his senses were incredibly sharp. The moment Emperor June unleashed his full power, Sacred Master was able to sense it. He wore a black muslin robe. Looking afar, he was able to see what was happening in the myriad ancient sacred world. He broke through to the final realm. Sacred Master was slightly startled. His expression changed, even though they were both destruction devils. Sacred Master did not feel happy at all. Instead, he felt frustrated. He wants to do something destructive and obtain the bestowment from the supreme law. That way, he would be more confident of grasping a higher law in the future. The eyes of Sacred Master flashed with a cold light. He disappeared from the place, just like Old Monster Stone, who was determined to walk on the path of using strength to break through. He would still drag Sacred Master down at every crucial moment, because the moment Sacred Master grasped the supreme law, the life and death of Old Monster Stone would be in the hands of Sacred Master. Furthermore, Emperor June would most likely not walk on the most difficult path of using strength to break through, because Old Monster Stone cultivated in body cultivation. He had no choice but to use strength to break through. Hence, Emperor June would be a greater opponent for Sacred Master in the future. Amen? Old Monster Stone, who was sleeping within the primitive sun star, might be asleep, but he was similarly sensitive to the outside world. That terrifying energy erupted, yet it was entirely different from that of Sacred Master, causing Old Monster Stone to wake up. His enormous body floated up from the primitive sun star. A new final realm expert? Or a destruction devil? The thin and small old man took a step before disappearing from the primitive sun star. He similarly would not allow another final realm expert to obtain the supreme law so easily. How could this be? We can only ask Teacher for help. Being the leaders of the myriad ancient sacred world, Jie Zhu and Wu Zhu were naturally able to sense it at the first instance. It's just that Emperor June's wanton destruction gave them a headache. In the past, Sacred Master did so for the sake of spreading his religion and for the sake of making many sentient beings believe in him. He did not want to destroy everything. But Emperor June was different. Even if Jie Zhu and Wu Zhu went to obstruct him, Emperor June would still unleash a large-scale technique. 2 peak level 2 cosmos gods could not protect the weak at all. Stop! A cold roar resounded. Sacred Master had arrived. This origin world is already approaching the great apocalypse. Why the need for you to slaughter? The thin and small Old Monster Stone came too. The two of them acted at the same time. Sacred Master, you are a great devil of the primal chaos void, yet you are here to save these sentient beings? Emperor June guffawed. He instantly teleported more than half the myriad ancient sacred world to another location to continue his destruction. Old Monster Stone suddenly appeared by the side of Emperor June. He punched over. Emperor June merely laughed. The surrounding lines distorted, dissipating more than half the force of Old Monster Stone's punch. The remaining force was simply evaded by Emperor June with a flash. Hong long long, gray lightning descended. Sacred Master wielded his spear and tried his best to defend against it. Ha ha, Emperor June guffawed. The surrounding lines distorted. He was merely defending and evading. He did not suffer any injuries at all. After all, he was a final realm expert, and his survival capabilities were strong. If he focused on evading and escaping, it was hard for Sacred Master and Old Monster Stone to injure him. See la, and Emperor June was still executing his technique. Every palm of his caused the void to distort and destroy. His offensive technique had a wider range. Sacred Master had reached the final realm in the Tao of Lightning, and Old Monster Stone was a body cultivator who specialized in close combat. It was hard for them to obstruct Emperor June's wanton destruction for a moment. Chi, a sword light, suddenly appeared. It directly pierced through Emperor June's back and came out from his chest. Emperor June lowered his head in disbelief as he looked at the sword piercing through his chest. When he turned around, he saw a white-haired man. Sword Master? Emperor June stared at the white-haired man. Sword Master. Old Monster Stone and Sacred Master, who were helpless against Emperor June, were also shocked when they saw this scene. That silent yet terrifying sword was something Old Monster Stone and Sacred Master only discovered after Emperor June was struck by it. They could feel an intense threat from it. The threat brought by Sword Master was even greater than what Emperor June felt. Chapter 1192. Sword Master is also a final realm expert? When did he break through? Old Monster Stone and Sacred Master were both incredibly startled. At this moment, they could naturally see that Sword Master was unquestionably a final realm expert. Furthermore, he was stronger than them. Hua! Emperor June, who had his chest pierced, abruptly dissipated. He turned into many black lights before converging in the distance. Clearly he was injured, quite badly. He looked at the white-robed male in front of him with disbelief. You, how could you injure me? I am a final realm expert. So why can't I sense your move at all? A final realm expert can injure me? Sword Master coldly struck out with his sword once again. Shio! The sword light cut through the sky. Even though it seemed dazzling, in reality his eyes were deceiving him. The sword light had already pierced into his body. Huh! Emperor June's expression changed. He once again exploded his body, causing many lines to distort before converging in the distance. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Emperor June was unwilling to believe that he could not retaliate despite being a final realm expert. Every single sword had injured him, quite badly. Sword Master merely chuckled. Shio! He slashed out with his sword once again. The sword light seemed more vast and majestic than the sky. Emperor June could not help but feel his heart wavering. Pun! His body once again turned into many black lights after being struck. Even his blood had turned into black lights in midair. Fortunately, he was a destruction devil. The destruction devils were innately good at survival. If he was weaker in survival, his injuries would be much more severe. How could this be? Why can't I defend against it? How is this possible? Emperor June was both startled and furious. He was unwilling at the same time. This time he did not try again. Instead, the space around his body distorted, and he disappeared. Final realm experts were quite formidable when it came to escaping. Escaping? Sword Master focused and extended his senses across the entire primal chaos void. Suddenly, he felt the energy ripples from that destruction devil and immediately rushed over. His body flashed, tearing through the void like a sword light as he rushed over. And in the distance, Sacred Master and Old Monster Stone were watching this scene in a daze. The two of them were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. How could this be? Sacred Master felt dizzy. He's this powerful. Old Monster Stone found it hard to believe. Even if he's reached the ultimate realm, he shouldn't be this powerful. They're obviously much stronger than us. The Holy Master's face was slightly distorted. How could this be? That Emperor June is also a final realm expert. So why couldn't he resist it all and was completely trampled on? If it was him, he, the Holy Lord, would also be ravaged by the Sword Master. During the battle, not even he, the Holy Lord, could dodge a single strike from the Sword Master. In fact, every strike would consume his life force. If this went on for too long, he would be beaten to death, unless he escaped. The power of his sword light is reserved, but when it erupts, it is so terrifying. Even if I were to ignite my ancient sacred incarnation to attack with all my strength, it would not be able to match up to him. Saint Master felt a chill in his heart. The ancient sacred incarnation could only ignite its power for a single strike. On the other hand, the Sword Master seemed to be very casual, but each of his sword strikes were terrifying. The battle was very easy, but the power was so great that it made Old Monster Stone and the sacred leader's hearts tremble. If I were to fight against it head-on, I would be injured too. Old Monster Stone understood this point. He could not fight against such a move head-on. Who would have thought that the strongest expert in this origin world is actually this Sword Master? He is stronger than me. He is much stronger. Sacred Master suddenly felt sullen and furious. He was used to being high and mighty. He was used to being feared by all living beings in the primal chaos void. But today, the strength of the Sword Master had completely surpassed him. This time, Emperor June's attack came too quickly. Outside the myriad ancient sacred world, only the final realm experts, Old Monster Stone, Sacred Master, and Sword Master, who could sense the entire origin world, had immediately rushed over. For instance, even though Dongbua Shui Ing had comprehended the Fei Shui combat technique from the supreme secret importation, chaotic origin 7 strikes, allowing him to not be any weaker than the final realm experts, he was still lacking in many mystical aspects. For instance, his survival techniques and his senses towards the origin world were still lacking by an entire level. It was just that his direct combat strength was quite amazing. The majority of Dongbua Shui Ying's avatars were in closed-door cultivation. Only a few avatars were in charge of trivial matters. Within the Great Void Heaven Temple in the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World, he had arranged for an avatar to be here. What? Emperor June has broken through to the final realm and wants to destroy the myriad ancient sacred world. Yet he was obstructed by Sacred Master, Senior Stone, and Sword Master? Sacred Master and Senior Stone could not stop him. Yet Sword Master managed to heavily injure Emperor June with 3 consecutive swords, causing Emperor June to flee in panic? Dongbua Shui Ing, Forefather Tianyu, Void Primogenitor, Blade Emperor, Jade Light Master, Devil Mountain Primogenitor, and other cosmos gods were dumbstruck when they heard the news. Emperor June had broken through to the final realm. Sword Master had reached the final realm too. Furthermore, his strength was beyond that of Old Monster Stone, Sacred Master, and Emperor June. What is going on? Dongbua Shui Ing utilized the destruction realm teleportation technique to observe the battle. Emperor June appeared in the primal chaos void. He looked at a primal chaos land in front of him. There were many sentient beings on this primal chaos land. Destroy them all. Emperor June waved his hand. Hong Long Long. A terrifying ripple engulfed the entire primal chaos land. This primal chaos land was directly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Clearly, the entire primal chaos land, including weapons, could not survive under the attack of a final realm expert. Go. Emperor June did not hesitate. He immediately fled once again. South, the void by the side distorted, and Emperor June disappeared. Sela! Just as Emperor June disappeared, a sword light appeared from the void. It turned into Sword Master. Damn! Sword Master looked to the side. There was clearly a primal chaos land recorded on the primal chaos void star map, yet it had completely disappeared. Chase! Sword Master continued chasing after Emperor June. Emperor June was frantically escaping. As he fled, he concealed his aura, making it hard for Sword Master to discover him. This was normal. It was just like how when Dongbua Shui-ing concealed his aura, even unparalleled existences could not find him. If Emperor June concealed his aura, it was true that Sword Master would not be able to discover him. But as long as there was a sufficiently strong fluctuation, Sword Master would be able to discover him. But by the time he arrived, he was already a step too late. Ha ha ha! Sword Master, you might be strong, but you can't kill me. If I want to destroy, you can't stop me either. Emperor June's voice was like an imprint that resounded in the surrounding primal chaos void. This caused the expression of Sword Master, who had just arrived, to turn ashen. South! This time, Emperor June directly appeared in the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world. The moment Emperor June appeared, he was about to send out a palm strike towards the city below. Xiao! A sword light flashed past Emperor June's body, slicing it apart. Emperor June's body immediately split apart. The evil energy of destruction gathered in the distance once again. He looked at Sword Master with disbelief. You, how did you catch up to me? Before he acted, he had concealed his aura. No, the weapon is different. Emperor June looked at the distant Sword Master and chuckled softly. I really didn't expect that you, Sword Master, actually have an avatar. Why? Is this avatar of yours specially protecting the entire Eastern Unicorn's sacred world? That's right, your sect, the Great Void Heaven Temple, is in the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world. It is normal for you to arrange an avatar to protect this place, but I am curious, how many avatars do you have? South Emperor June disappeared from the sky. He rushed towards the myriad ancient sacred world. Currently, the myriad ancient sacred world did not have the protection of Sword Master. When Emperor June appeared in the myriad ancient sacred world, he only hurriedly sent out a palm strike before fleeing. Who? Sword Master appeared. This Emperor June is too cunning. Unless I have many avatars protecting every single location, it is impossible for me to stop him. Sword Master felt frustrated. It's a pity that he only had a single avatar. Furthermore, it was an avatar he obtained because of the ancient cultivation technique. Even though Old Monster Stone and Sacred Master are both final realm experts, they do not specialize in domain techniques. It is hard for them to protect a sacred world. Sword Master shook his head inwardly. Dongbua Shui-ing only saw Emperor June at the moment when Emperor June arrived at the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world. He also saw how Sword Master injured Emperor June with a single sword. Sword Master's strength is so formidable. It feels like he has 30% of the strength of an unparalleled existence. Dongbua Shui-ing determined with a single glance, because his chaotic origin weapon, Azure River Spear, was roughly 30% of the strength of an unparalleled existence. Of course, the unparalleled existences here were based on eternal night, primogenitor. Of all unparalleled existences, Dongbua Shui-ing understood eternal night, primogenitor the most. In the primal chaos void, none of them had any supreme-graded secret treasures or chaotic origin weapons. For Sword Master to have such strength, Dongbua Shui-ing could not help but suspect that Sword Master had also acquired a supreme-graded secret importation. Everyone be careful. Don't go out of the Eastern Unicorn sacred world. That Emperor June is escaping and killing across the entire primal chaos void. I only have an avatar that can protect the Eastern Unicorn sacred world. As for the other sacred worlds, I can't protect them at all. My true body has to continue chasing after him. If I don't, he would most likely continue his wanton destruction. Sword Master transmitted. He was constantly chasing after Emperor June. Emperor June could only cause temporary destruction before escaping. The degree of destruction was relatively low. If he continued for a long period of time, an entire sacred world could be destroyed. What? He is still destroying? What should we do? That Emperor June would immediately escape after destroying a single place. If this continues, the entire primal chaos void would be destroyed. Unless the great apocalypse is coming ahead of time. Many cosmos gods were anxious. Dongbua Shui immediately understood why Sword Master was troublesome. Sword Master only had two bodies. One was an avatar, and the other was his true body. There were many places that Sword Master could not protect. Sword Master, let me lend you a hand. Dongbua Shui transmitted over. Chapter 1193. Sword Master stood in the sky above the Eastern Unicorn, sacred world. He could sense the entire sacred world. It's a pity that I cultivate the Tao of destruction. If it were the Tao of ripple or Tao of void, I could unleash my domain across the primal chaos void, preventing Emperor June from escaping. Sword Master felt helpless inwardly. He cultivated the Tao of destruction. Sacred Master cultivated the Tao of lightning, and Old Monster Stone cultivated the body cultivator. None of them specialized in domains. They could sense all disturbances in the primal chaos void. If they searched for traces, they could trace almost all cosmos gods. But the final realm was the true grand perfection realm. Their soul aura was completely hidden, and it was impossible to trace them. Sword Master, Sacred Master, and Old Monster Stone might be able to sense the entire primal chaos void, but they could not sense the existence of Emperor June unless Emperor June unleashed his full strength. And those who specialized in domain techniques would be able to envelop an entire origin world. Hence, they would be able to observe all life forms within their domain. They would be able to sense all movements of Emperor June. For instance, transformation, concealment of aura, flying, teleportation, tearing through the void, and other actions could be seen clearly within the domain. Naturally, they would not be able to escape. It's a pity they did not specialize in this. He was still fine. By relying on the supreme graded secret importation, even though he did not specialize in domains, his destruction domain could still envelop an entire sacred world, allowing him to protect the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world. But Sacred Master and Old Monster Stone could not even envelop an entire sacred world with their domains. If a final realm expert is determined to escape, even unparalleled existences would have a hard time killing him. This Emperor June is constantly escaping and destroying. If this continues, the entire hometown origin world will be destroyed. Sword Master felt anxious in his heart, yet he could not think of any solutions. Sword Master, let me lend you a hand. Suddenly, a voice transmitted over. Amen. Sword Master, who stood above the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world, was startled. It's Snow Eagle? He is helping me? How is he going to help me? Wang. Above the myriad ancient sacred world, Dongbua Shui appeared. He shook his head slightly as he looked at the great earth torn apart. In the ancestor mother world, another Dongbua Shui appeared. He was looking down at the countless life forms below. In the ancient saint world, there was another Dongbua Shui who had appeared. Towards these living beings who were completely loyal to the Saint Master, Dongbua Shui did not have any killing intent towards them. All he felt was pity for them. These were a bunch of pitiful people. Soon, you guys will be free soon. In addition, he already had an avatar in the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world. The 4 doppelgangers used their domain techniques at the same time. Boom! Myriad ancient sacred world. The original leaders of this sacred world, Wu Zu and Jia Zu, were both anxious and in despair. What should we do? Although the Sword Master's strength is beyond imagination, and he's even stronger than my master and the Saint Master, he's still far stronger than me. Even though I have completely suppressed that destruction devil, I can't kill it. That final realm destruction devil is still wreaking havoc. If this continues, it will likely plunge the entire primal chaos void into a great apocalypse within 1,000 years. Jie Zhu clenched his fists tightly. He was indignant. If the origin world was destroyed, they would die too. He originally wanted to break through to the final realm. Now that the origin world was about to be destroyed, it was impossible for him to break through in this short period of time. We can't stop him. We can't stop him. Wu Zhu felt heartache too. Old Monster Stone shook his head and sighed as he watched. It's over. This era is about to end. The great apocalypse is coming. Sacred Master stood coldly in midair. His expression was gloomy. Seeing as Emperor Jun was about to be destroyed, he was about to be bestowed with the supreme law, yet he could not stop it at all. This made Sacred Master's mood terrible. Suddenly, a terrifying ripple suddenly enveloped the entire myriad ancient sacred world. This ripple was like the undercurrent of the vast ocean that was constantly surging. Even though it seemed relatively calm, and the flowers and grasses on the myriad ancient sacred world were not affected, Sacred Master, Old Monster Stone, Jie Zhu, and the others could feel that this was due to this frightening ripple being restrained. It was like the ocean. When it was calm, everything would be quiet. The moment it erupted, its power would be much more terrifying. This ripple has enveloped the entire sacred world? Where did this ripple come from? Sacred Master, Old Monster Stone, Jie Zhu, and Wu Zhu began investigating. Soon, they discovered that white-robed young man. Dongbua Shuang? It's him. Ancestor Mother World. Dongbua Shuang similarly executed the fourth killing move of the Feishue combat technique, Chaotic Origin Ocean. This was a killing move that Dongbua Shuang had created after using his Tao of Void that was just a step away from reaching the final realm. He then fused it with the insights he gained from the supreme secret importation and the higher dimensional space as a reference. Any killing move was something that Dongbua Shuang was truly satisfied with. He was satisfied with its power too. This is Ancestor Mother, who had been staying low profile in the Ancestor Mother world, looked up at the sky. She saw that white-robed male who was releasing his domain. Dongbua Shuang? How could he be so strong? Ancestor Mother felt her heart turning cold. At this moment, in the four great sacred worlds that still existed, Ancient Sacred World, Myriad Ancient Sacred World, Ancestor Mother World, and Eastern Unicorn Sacred World, Dongbua Shuang's four great avatars simultaneously executed the Chaotic Origin Ocean technique. His domain enveloped a sacred world. Actually, the Tao of Void specialized in domains. The Void Ocean that was qualified to be listed in Feishue's combat technique killing move was even more formidable. Even in the realm Heart Great Land, it could easily envelop a vast region. Most great cities could be easily enveloped by it. As for the four sacred worlds in his hometown origin world, firstly, they were smaller in size. Secondly, the law suppression was too weak. The ancient sacred world had long been refined by Sacred Master and was under his complete control. The other three sacred worlds were created by cosmos gods too. The fundamental law they created were laws at the cosmos god level. They could not compare with the primitive ancient sacred world, much less the realm Heart Great Land. The realm Heart Great Land was created and controlled by Yuan. Its law suppression was even stricter. The stronger an expert was, the more unparalleled he was. This bit of law suppression. Dongbua Shuang sighed inwardly. Given his current strength, he could disregard the law suppression of the sacred world. He could even resist against the suppression of the ancient sacred world. It's useless. I won't tangle with you. Even though I'm slower, this origin world will eventually welcome the great apocalypse. Emperor Jun sneered. His eyes were flashing with the excitement of destruction. He was born for the sake of destruction. Even though his current strength could restrain this desire of destruction, nevertheless, this desire ultimately penetrated deep into his soul. The more he destroyed, the more satisfied he would be. South, he once again penetrated through the void and arrived at the Ancestor Mother World. destroy. The moment he arrived at the ancestor mother world, Emperor June swung his tail, causing the world to split apart. But following that, the expression of Emperor June changed. Originally, he was sneering with disdain. He did not place that ancestor mother in the ancestor mother world in his eyes. Hence, he immediately destroyed the world the moment he arrived. But just as he did so, he felt an incomparably terrifying energy surging over. Suppress. This avatar of Dongbua, Shui-ing, that was responsible for protecting the ancestor mother world, was also one of the 9 strongest avatars. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Dongbua Shui-ing. He immediately unleashed the power of his domain. Emperor June could only feel the endless energy surging over and pushing him away. The attack he swung his tail had long dissipated under this terrifying domain. Under this domain, Emperor June felt extremely uncomfortable. He was being obstructed in all directions. How can there be such a terrifying domain? Emperor June did not dare believe. Even my strength is greatly reduced by this domain. Hua, the white-robed Dongbua Shui-ing appeared from the void wave. He instantly appeared in front of Emperor June. It's you, Dongbua Shui-ing. Emperor June did not dare believe it. He still clawed out with a savage smile. Even with the domain obstructing him, many distorted lines still shot towards Dongbua Shui-ing. Great heaven and earth splitting line. Dongbua Shui-ing used his palm as a blade and slashed it forward. Hua! A black line appeared. Heaven and earth split apart from the center. It also appeared where Emperor June was. The distorted lines formed by Emperor June's claw were continuously sliced apart by this black line. But the power of the black line was also decreasing. Finally, all the distorted lines were cut apart. That black line continued to strike the body of Emperor June. Emperor June's body twisted. His surroundings became like a black hole, blocking the remaining strand of power. Emperor June's expression was filled with shock. His strength is actually not any weaker than mine? How would he know? Dongbua Shui-ing had killed Paragon lords before. He also had the experience of fighting against the 8 Silk Island Master. Hence, he did not fear a final realm expert. Show! A sword light instantly slashed through the body of Emperor June, splitting his body into 2. Following that, the black light rapidly condensed. He looked at the distant sword master before turning to the white-robed Dongbua Shui-ing. How is this possible? 2 final realm experts have appeared? Even though he did not dare believe it with grief and indignation, Emperor June's body still flashed. The surrounding space became distorted, and he disappeared from the vicinity. Sword Master turned to Dongbua Shui-ing with a grin. He transmitted, "Ingshan Snow Eagle? Heaven's Will Taoist?" Any avatar of his could fight against a final realm expert. How could Sword Master not guess that Ingshan Snow Eagle was Heaven's Will Taoist? Paragon Master Bewitching Sword? Dongbua Shui-ing transmitted back with a chuckle. They both specialized in the sword. They were both final realm experts. The rise of Paragon Master Bewitching Sword was rapid. According to the time when Paragon Master Bewitching Sword reincarnated in the Tsang clan, it should be when Sword Master just entered the Great Void Heaven Temple. Furthermore, the other party treated him so well. That indescribable sense of familiarity made Dongbua Shui-ing confirm his conjecture at the same time when Sword Master unleashed his strength. The 2 of them grinned at each other. You can protect the 4 great sacred worlds, and my 2 avatars can chase after him. It's just that he is escaping in all directions. Given how vast the primal chaos void is, it is hard for us to obstruct him. Sword Master transmitted. I have an idea. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. Chapter 1194. So at this moment. In the vast primal chaos void, many white-robed Dongbua Shui-ing had already appeared at different locations. Some were above the primal chaos land, some were beside a cosmos, and some were in the primal chaos void turbulence. But currently, the natural dangers formed by the primal chaos void could no longer deal with any avatar of Dongbo Shuang. With his current attainments in the Tao of Void, he naturally had more than 10,000 avatars. Yet, he only had 4 avatars guarding the 4 great sacred worlds. As for the remaining 5 avatars, Dongbo Shuang took the initiative to dissipate part of his soul, becoming weaker. Because his current strength was still restricted by the supreme law of his hometown origin world. Every avatar had a weaker soul, yet their realms were the same. By relying on their high realms, every avatar had the strength of a cosmos god. 1. With this strength, it was impossible for him to execute the complicated Fei Shui combat technique, killing technique. He could only execute the domain-related techniques that he pondered over earlier. A weak, white-robed Dongbo Shui Ying stood in the primal chaos void. The surrounding essence of the void, the black fog spherical particles, were controlled by Dongbo Shuang. He did not need a terrifying killing technique like the chaotic origin ocean. What he needed was a sufficiently large domain. Every avatar was doing their best to execute the domain. Even though he cultivated both the Tao of Void and Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm, and his illusory realm world was relatively huge, his domain technique was still more specialized in the Tao of Void, and the law suppression of the primal chaos void was extremely weak. When Dongbo Shui Ying was still a true god ruler, he had already roamed the primal chaos void. Hence, the domain he executed was incredibly large. But now, 1. Even though these avatars were weak, every one of them was at the cosmos god level. The void domain they released was similarly vast. 1, 2, 3, more than 10,000 avatars scattered across the primal chaos void. MN, more than 10,000 avatars shared the same soul, memories, and thoughts. At this moment, Dongbo Shui Ying made use of the tens of thousands of domains to cover more than half of the chaotic void. About 70% of the primal chaos void is covered by me. However, many places are barren. What I need to protect are the universes with life and the primal chaos lands. With a thought from Dongbo Shui Ying, some of his doppelgangers started to teleport. Given Dongbo Shui Ying's current attainments in the Tao of Void, which far surpassed Emperor Jiyun and the others, a single teleport was enough to traverse through the primal chaos void. Primal chaos void. There were some regions that were extremely vast, but there were no cosmos, no terrestrial creatures, an expanse of desolate stillness. There were some regions where the universe and primal chaos lands were more concentrated. Therefore, Dongbo Shui Ying decided to give up on some of the barren lands. His tens of thousands of doppelgangers could cover 70% of the chaos void. He gave up many barren areas and covered almost all the places where living beings lived in the chaos void. Dai. Emperor Jun appeared in a region of the primal chaos void. With a wave of his hand, he covered a cosmos. If one said that the chaotic origin ocean was stronger, one would be able to sense at the moment one entered. But Dongbo Shui Ying's current avatars were merely relying on the black fog spherical particles to form a domain. Even though it was weak, it was extremely effective in scouting. It covered a large area, and it was hard for Emperor Jun to discover it. He is here. So. 3 figures appeared in the distance. One was Dongbo Shui Ying, and the other 2 were Swordmaster. At the moment they appeared, Dongbo Shui Ying had already acted to protect that cosmos. So fast. Emperor Jun was greatly startled. He had just unleashed his technique when the Swordmaster came. So. The 2 Swordmaster acted at the same time. South Emperor Jun escaped once again. I've discovered him. Chase after him. Currently, Shui Ying's domain covered 70% of the primal chaos void. Emperor Jun disappeared from a location and appeared at another location. The entire process of traveling through the void and the transformation of the black fog spherical particles were clearly seen by Shui Ying. As Emperor Jun traveled, he had completely concealed his aura. But it's a pity that even though he traveled a huge distance, he remained within the domain of Dongbua Shuang. So. Dongbua Shuang's avatar brought along the Sword Master and chased after Emperor Jun. Why is it so coincidental the previous time, when he appeared the moment I acted? Isn't this too fast? Emperor Jun carefully traveled to another location. At the same time, he felt puzzled and uneasy. Usually, it would take a moment for him to sense the fluctuations in the distance before executing his technique. See La, two terrifying sword lights appeared from nothingness. They cut down on the body of Emperor Jun, causing his body to turn into black light that condensed in the distance. He revealed a look of terror as he looked at the two, Sword Master and Dongbua Shuang. How could this be? Flee! Emperor Jun suppressed the boiling blood in his body and fled in panic. Just as he carefully arrived at another location, he did not even have the time to heave a sigh of relief. Another sword, light, descended. Sela, his injuries worsened. Flee! 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 Emperor Jun felt that no matter where he fled to, he would be attacked by the sword lights. It was too fast. How would he know that in order to save time, Dongbua Shuang had arranged for an avatar to bring the Sword Master and teleport to chase after Emperor Jun? The moment Emperor Jun arrived at a location, he would immediately teleport to the same location. If Emperor Jun fled a few more times, he would discover that the desolate region was not within his domain. However, he suffered from heavy injuries multiple times. Every time, it was the combined attacks of the two Sword Master, causing his injuries to worsen. Emperor Jun could already feel death approaching. It must be that Dongbua Shuang. He uses the Tao of Void and should be a final realm expert in the Tao of Void. It must be because his domain has covered the entire primal chaos void. Thus, no matter where I flee to, I would always be under his observation. Emperor Jun was chased after several times, and he could immediately guess the reason. Even though he mistakenly thought that Dongbua Shuang was a final realm expert, it was not exaggerated. After all, Dongbua Shuang was comparable to a final realm expert. How could this be? It is fine if a terrifying existence, like Sword Master, appeared. He beat me to the point that I can't retaliate at all. Yet another Dongbua Shuang appeared, and he cultivates in the Tao of Void. Emperor Jun felt grief and indignation in his heart. South this time, he directly returned to the Lost World Corridor. The Lost World Corridor was the lair of the Destruction Devils. It suppressed all cultivators. Dongbua Shuang and the others who entered the Lost World Corridor were greatly suppressed when they executed domain-related techniques. That was why searching for the lair was so tough. Here, Dongbua Shuang had no way to scan the area. Over here, the supreme law favored the Destruction Devils. He escaped to the Lost World Corridor. Dongbua Shuang looked at the two Sword Master by his side. He said, "The Lost World Corridor is the place where the Destruction Devils are born. I am unable to extend my domain over there, and the space there is strange and unpredictable." He escaped to the Lost World Corridor. The Sword Master also revealed a smile. His other avatar disappeared. That's good too. I have beaten that Emperor Jun to the point where he no longer dares to show himself. Although I'm not able to kill him, I'm still somewhat unresigned. But in the end, the crisis of the great destruction of the primal chaos void was resolved. Dongbua Shuang nodded. Sword Master looked at Dongbua Shuang and laughed. "Snow Eagle, you are really good at hiding, Heaven's Taoist. He is quite formidable to suppress all devils in the entire realm heart, great land by himself." At the same time when Dongbua Shuang and Sword Master were conversing, the other cosmos gods were nervously watching the battle. Forefather Tianyu, Wu Zhu, Jie Zhu, Devil Mountain Primogenitor, Jade Light Master, Great Emperor Cloud Serpent, Blade Emperor, Ancestor Bone, and others were all nervous. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. the moment Emperor June brought the entire primal chaos void into the great apocalypse. Those who had yet to reach the final realm would all die. Who would have thought that Snow Eagle has actually reached the final realm too? This is truly unfathomable. Blade Emperor exclaimed, Devil Mountain Primogenitor, Jade Light Master, Void Primogenitor, Forefather Tianyu, Jiezu Wuzu and others were by his side. There were many scenes floating in front of them, scenes of the 4 great sacred worlds. In each of the 4 great sacred worlds, there was a white-robed Dongbua Shui-ing sitting in the sky. Previously, they had seen the battle between Dongbua Shui-ing and Emperor June. No matter where Emperor June escapes to, he can't escape from the domain of Snow Eagle. He has always been pursued by Snow Eagle and Swordmaster, causing his injuries to worsen. Haha, he has escaped and should be hiding in the Lost World Corridor. In the entire primal chaos void, only the Lost World Corridor is the final refuge of the Destruction Devils. Old Monster Stone appeared here too. A large group of cosmos gods were present. The words spoken by Old Monster Stone made all cosmos gods heave a sigh of relief. The danger of the great apocalypse had been resolved. Sword Master and Snow Eagle have reached the final realm. Void Primogenitor shook his head in surprise. He did not dare believe it. My great Void Heaven Temple has 2 final realm experts. Forefather Tianyu blinked his eyes. This was a beautiful misunderstanding. Their horizons were limited. They could only see that Dongbua Shui-ing and the final realm devil, Emperor June, fought on the surface. Naturally, they deduced that Dongbua Shui-ing had reached the final realm. No matter what, the group of cosmos gods were delighted. From the moment death approached them to the moment they escaped from the great calamity, they felt relaxed and joyful. And on the other side, Dongbua Shui-ing and Swordmaster were chatting too. Right. In the past, before I joined the Great Void Heaven Temple, I had already gotten the Realm Heart Order. It's just that I'm not willing to give up my life and reincarnate into another origin world. Later on, I cultivated the ancient cultivation technique and was fortunate enough to refine an avatar. Thus, I did not hesitate to let this avatar reincarnate into the Realm Heart Great Land. Sword Master chuckled. Thus, it might seem like I have been in closed-door cultivation without experiencing any setbacks and tribulations. In reality, I have been tempering myself in the Realm Heart Great Land. Without any setbacks, you want to become a cosmos god, reaching the level 2 cosmos god realm and even the final realm? How could cultivation be so simple and easy? But your cultivation speed is still very fast. Dongbua Shui-ing said, You have reached the final realm within such a short period. Chapter 1195. Sword Master chuckled. I have long reached the level 2 cosmos god realm. Furthermore, I have cultivated for a long period. I feel that I am fully confident of suppressing Sacred Master in the Tao of Destruction. Only then did I erupt and snatch part of the origin source of the origin world. Furthermore, under the best conditions and resources available in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, I eventually obtained a supreme graded secret importation from the Realm Heart God Palace and comprehended it for a long time before I stepped into the final realm. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded his head. Speaking of which, your Tao of Void and Mirage and Illusory Realm are the best in our origin world, right? The Sword Master said. The Tao of Void is almost at the final realm, right? Why haven't you grasped this portion of origin energy? I'm worried that a cornered beast will do something desperate. Dongbua Shui-ing said. I cultivate both the Tao of Void and the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. I'm afraid that my speed of improvement might agitate Sacred Master. He might choose to end this era prematurely like Emperor June. In the end, I still haven't reached the ultimate realm. Once the primal chaos void is destroyed, my true body won't be able to withstand it. I'll have to use the Great World Destruction teleportation technique to leave. After the origin world is reborn, even if I return, I will be considered an outsider. The Sword Master understood. That's right. With the Holy Lord's nature, it is possible that he might be provoked. Dongbo Shui-ing nodded, jumping out of the cage and becoming a chaotic origin life form. This was the desire of every final realm cosmos god. Based on the known methods to get out of the confinement, the first was to wield the supreme laws. Secondly, it was to break through the laws with brute force, becoming powerful enough to surpass the restrictions of the supreme laws. That way, it would be easy to refine and control an origin world. As for the method to wield the supreme rule, most final realm cultivators were like the sacred Lord, preaching to the masses and making them worship him. These intelligent beings were the true essence of the entire origin world. The soul was unique and mysterious. Even to cosmos gods, the most intrinsic strand of energy contained within the soul was beneficial to the soul. If the majority of living beings in an origin world believed in a single expert, the will of all living beings, in other words, the will of the origin world. When the masses believed in an expert, the origin worlds would also believe in that expert. In this way, they would naturally be able to easily grasp the entire supreme law and become the master of the origin world. By relying on the vast energy from the origin world to nourish his body, he could naturally take that step and become a chaotic origin life form. However, this path was also very difficult. First of all, an origin world had to have enough living beings. If there were very few living beings in the early stages of the origin world's birth, the will of the living beings would still have a weak influence on the origin world. Only when the origin world was at its most flourishing, with countless living beings, would it reach the limit of what the origin world could bear. At that time, the will of countless living beings was qualified to influence the will of the source world. Secondly, faith. Furthermore, it had to be a belief that truly came from the soul. If the faith was not pure enough, it would be useless. Therefore, the sacred Lord and the others directly used the imprint and merged it into the souls of every believer. Without a doubt, on this path, the supreme laws would obstruct him, and so would other experts. For instance, Sacred Master and the others survived through the great apocalypse of the origin world. When they were reborn, Sacred Master and Old Monster Stone would fall into a deep sleep. By the time they woke up, the origin world would already have many living beings, with several cosmos gods appearing. The operation of the supreme law of the origin world was to allow the newly born living beings to have sufficient resistance. Balance was also one of the core essences of the supreme law. Other than spreading faith and allowing the will of the living beings to help him control the supreme law, there was another way to control the origin source. The origin source had its own origin source too. The origin source was the perfect fusion of many final das into the supreme law, because any single origin source was at the final level. In order to control it, one had to be at least a level 2 cosmos god. If one could control more than half of the origin source, then one could rely on this to control the supreme law. But what did it mean to control more than half? It meant that one had to reach the level 2 cosmos god standard in many Tao paths. My Tao of Void has long reached the level 2 cosmos god standard. Even my Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm has reached the same level. Hence, I have to be careful not to provoke Sacred Master. Dongbo Shui-ing said. There was no need for him to hide from Sword Master. Sword Master was a final realm expert from Summer Wind Ancient Nation, and it was likely that he would know of many secrets soon. You have reached the second level in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm too. Sword Master was startled. I have done a trade with the Summer Wind Ancient Nation and obtained the Void Fire Lotus Flower from them. Hence, Empress Summer and the others have long known of my identity as Heaven's Will Taoist. Dongbo Shui-ing said, Haha, no wonder. Amen. That Sacred Master has cultivated for several eras and reached the final realm in the Tao of Lightning. He has also reached the level 2 cosmos god in the Tao of destruction, Tao of darkness, and Tao of light. Swordmaster said, "Previously, my attainments in the Tao of destruction were deeper than his, allowing me to forcefully seize control of the Tao of destruction. Furthermore, you have cultivated for a much shorter period than me. If you were to seize 2 origin energy consecutively, it would definitely agitate him." Dongbo Shuai nodded. "That's right. Originally, I wanted to remain low profile and wait until I reached the final realm before acting. Without reaching the final realm, the moment Sacred Master flipped the table, he would not be able to resist against the great apocalypse. Even though 1 or 2 more final realm experts would temper his cultivation. But if the opponent was too terrifying, that wouldn't be tempering him anymore. Instead, it would be a calamity. Sacred Master wasn't afraid of Swordmaster previously because Swordmaster only specialized in a single Tao, the Tao of destruction. This Tao path wasn't good at spreading religion and controlling the soul. It wasn't good at controlling a large amount of origin energy. Hence, he looked forward to the growth of Sacred Master, because in the origin world there were only 2 final realm experts, him and Old Monster Stone. Old Monster Stone was also in a deep slumber, causing him to feel lonely. But if Dongbo Shuai grasped 2 origin energy consecutively despite cultivating for less than 2 trillion years, it would definitely agitate him. Maybe he had the confidence to deal with Dongbo Shuai's threat, but it was also possible that he would flip the table and destroy the world earlier. "You didn't reach the final realm?" Sword Master looked at Dongbo Shuai. "You should have obtained a supreme secret importation in the Realm Heart God Palace, right?" "Amen. I entered the Realm Heart God Palace in the same batch as you." Dongbo Shuai said, "Even though I have a supreme secret importation, it is still very difficult to reach the final realm." Sword Master nodded. His eyes were filled with a strand of sorrow. "That's right. It is very difficult." Only after walking this path did he understand how difficult it was. Others only knew that his cultivation speed was relatively fast, but they did not know how much he had experienced. The competition within the Tsang clan is intense. Previously, I was still slightly weaker and couldn't even obtain a slot to enter the Realm Heart God Palace. Only after I became a Paragon Master did I obtain a slot. Sword Master said, "Fortunately, you broke through. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Emperor Jun wreaked havoc." Dongbo Shuai said, "It is all thanks to you. I alone can't stop him." Sword Master chuckled. The 2 looked at each other. Both laughed. That's right. They were indeed fortunate. One of them wasn't strong enough to stop a final realm destruction devil from destroying the world. In the past, Lord Lo Cheng purely pitted the sentient beings and gave both Dongbo Shuai and Sword Master an opportunity. Lord Lo Cheng wasn't confident and only gave them hope. And now they succeeded. The 2 of them had saved the sentient beings. Since you, Sword Master, have broken through, there's no need for me to continue enduring. Dongbo Shuai said, "Since we forced Emperor Jun into the Lost World corridor, there's no need for us to tolerate that Sacred Master anymore." "Sacred Master?" Sword Master's eyes brightened. "You mean the 2 of us working together can force Emperor Jun into such a state? We can similarly force Sacred Master into hiding." Dongbo Shuai's eyes flashed with sharpness. His method of spreading religion is to enslave the sentient beings and control their souls. If we can save those sentient beings, we should do it as soon as possible. Sword Master looked at Dongbo Shuai. "Are you confident of saving them?" "Enslaving the sentient beings is merely a method to control the souls." Dongbo Shuai chuckled. "In terms of soul control, do you think Sacred Master can compete with me, who is a level 2 cosmos god in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm? I've already scoured through the souls of those sentient beings and am confident of saving them. It's just that I didn't dare to act previously for fear of alerting him." "All right." Sword Master was slightly excited and looking forward to it, since you can save those sentient beings, you can act any time. This time, I'll chase that sacred master away in one fell swoop. Dongbua Shui-ing was looking forward to it too. As for killing him, he naturally desired it. Too many people had died because of Sacred Master, but he could not kill him. Final realm experts were hard to kill, even unparalleled existences. Chapter 1196. Ancestor Mother World. Ancestor Mother felt his heart trembling with fear. He carefully looked at Dongbua Shui-ing, who stood in the sky. How could this Dongbua Shui-ing be so powerful? Ancestor Mother felt slightly uneasy. Suddenly, from the void, two green sword lights stealthily entered the body of Ancestor Mother. Ancestor Mother's huge body trembled before disintegrating without a sound. At this moment, the two sword masters appeared by the side. They were watching everything coldly. For the sake of absolute certainty, both of his great bodies moved at the same time. Sword Master cultivated a supreme secret importation. Even without any supreme-graded secret treasures or chaotic origin weapons, his strength was at least 30% of Eternal Night Primogenitor's standard. Killing a level 2 Cosmos God, he could easily do so in a single move. Ancestor Mother died just like that? Dongbua Shui-ing sighed. He still remembered the cosmos he was born in. The Ancestor Mother religion had invaded his cosmos and brought about a calamity. And now, the origin of the Ancestor Mother religion in the entire origin world. Ancestor Mother had been killed just like that. She had lived in seclusion for a long period. She should have accumulated many things and many techniques. Yet everything was futile in front of absolute strength. Even the final Realm Emperor June could not resist against the current Sword Master. So what could Ancestor Mother do? Go. Sword Master transmitted, let's go to the ancient sacred world. Chase Sacred Master away. Dongbua Shui-ing was looking forward to it too. They dared not delay for fear that Sacred Master would sense the danger. Ancient sacred world. Because the war started by Emperor June had ended. Even Dongbua Shui-ing, who was protecting this place, had left. How could this be? The black muslin-robed Sacred Master sat cross-legged on his black stone bed. He felt complex in his heart. Emperor June did not succeed in destroying the world and did not obtain the bestowment from the supreme law. He was naturally happy to see this scene. But the strength of Sword Master and Dongbua Shui-ing still troubled Sacred Master. They are growing too quickly. Sacred Master did not dare believe it. It is fine if it's Sword Master since he is cultivated for a longer period. But how long has Dongbua Shui-ing cultivated for? And he is already at the final realm? Since when was it so easy to reach the ultimate realm? Or is he really a monstrous talent? The Holy Lord even had a premonition. Even if they entered the next era, the one after the next era, if he were to compete with the Sword Master and Dongbua Shui-ing, his chances of ultimately grasping the supreme law were slim. With their obstruction, it will be even more difficult to spread the faith in the next era. Sacred Master thought to himself that Dongbua Shui-ing is even more proficient in the mirage and illusory realm. His control over souls is not any weaker than mine. But he did not know that the current Dongbua Shui-ing had reached the level 2 Cosmos God realm in the mirage and illusory realm. I have to give up on the path of preaching. I'll comprehend the other Das and try my best to control as much of the universe's source as I can. Moreover, if I cultivate multiple Das at the same time, I might be able to combine them and finally break through with strength. Holy Master calculated. Although he felt the pressure, he didn't give up, because he was clear how difficult it was to jump out of the cage. That Sword Master and Dongbua Shui-ing would most likely not be able to jump out of this cage in the next era. It is hard to say who would be the final victor. Amen. Sacred Master felt another strand of fluctuation. What is going on? Unless he is still chasing after Emperor June? Didn't Emperor Jun escape? Sacred Master immediately followed the fluctuation and discovered the ancestor mother world. The ancestor mother of the ancestor mother world had died, but before he could be shocked. Two treacherous green sword lights had already pierced into the body of Sacred Master. The sword lights came too suddenly. Sacred Master did not have the time to evade them, given his strength. His body was directly blasted apart. Long, in the vast ancient sacred world, Dongbua Shui Ing also appeared in midair. He executed the killing move from Fei Shue combat technique, the chaotic origin ocean. The black light that dissipated from Sacred Master's body converged in the distance. Being a destruction devil, his survival capabilities were not any weaker than Emperor Jun. He looked at the distant Sword Master and Dongbua Shui Ing with shock and fury. Damn. Sacred Master was infuriated. He knew it. Sword Master and this Dongbua Shui Ing had dealt against Emperor Jun before coming to deal against him. His ancient sacred incarnation had been completely consumed during the battle with Old Monster Stone. Currently, he had accumulated very little. Even if he had accumulated a lot, it was useless against Sword Master. Escape. Sacred Master had almost instinctively chosen this path. Emperor Jun had used many battles to prove one point. Against Sword Master, he could not resist at all. The more they fought, the heavier his injuries would become. The ancient sacred incarnation and Sacred Master had almost instantaneously fused into one. Furthermore, with a thunderous roar, a maelstrom passage was torn in space. He tunneled in and disappeared from the vicinity. Chase. It was the same method as chasing after Emperor Jun. A slightly weaker avatar of Dongbua Shui Ing brought along two Sword Master avatars and teleported to chase after Sacred Master. At the same time, they were chasing after Sacred Master. And in the ancient sacred world, there were three powerful avatars of Dongbua Shui Ing. A vast illusory realm descended. This illusory realm was far smaller than Dongbua Shui Ing's void domain. For a void domain, a powerful avatar could envelop the entire ancient sacred world. As for the illusory realm, three great avatars had to work together to barely envelop it. I have to hurry and save them. The three great avatars of Dongbua Shui Ing enveloped the entire ancient sacred world with their illusory realm. Every living being in the ancient sacred world, from the weakest to the strongest lightning cosmos god, all of them fell into it. That cosmos god was merely a level 1 cosmos god, and Dongbua Shui Ing had fused 4 branches of the Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm together. He was just a step away from reaching the final realm. How terrifying was his illusory realm! Soul, that strand of energy, falling into the illusory realm. Many living beings in the ancient sacred world did not resist at all. Their souls did not resist either. They were obediently controlled by Shui Ing. That strand of energy imprinted on their souls was carefully permeated by Dongbua Shui Ing. That lightning cosmos god is slightly troublesome. Amen. I've successfully permeated it. Isolate them completely. First, isolate them before gradually destroying them. Isolating them was to prevent Sacred Master from relying on this strand of imprint to kill these believers. It was not just the ancient sacred world. Some places like the 9-cloud Great Land where the ancient sacred religion was stronger were also arranged for avatars to head over. But those places were much smaller than the ancient sacred world. The number of believers in the ancient sacred world occupied 90% of the total believers of Sacred Master. It was because the ancient sacred world was too big. Sacred Master was being pursued by Dongbua Shui Ing and Sword Master. He was filled with rage. He had never thought of massacring his own believers. Instinctively, he felt that the believers were the source of energy for his ancient sacred incarnation. Why would he kill them? How dare they? How dare they? Sacred Master was filled with grief and indignation. It had been too long. Over the long years and even the previous eras, he was used to being high and mighty. He was used to being feared by many experts. This habit had persisted for several eras. At this moment, when he was thrown off his throne and was being pursued like a stray dog, Sacred Master felt a great humiliation. But it was futile no matter how furious he was. That Sword Master's strength completely suppressed him, and Dongbua Shuiying's Tao of Void prevented him from escaping. Sacred Master, you can't escape. Those three figures appeared once again. By then, the sword light had already swept past his body. Sacred Master's body exploded once again. I'll be pursued no matter where I escape to. Sacred Master did not know that because he needed to execute the illusory realm world, Dongbua Shuiying had already sent his 3 great avatars guarding the myriad ancient sacred world and ancestor mother world to the ancient sacred world. But Sacred Master was escaping. Naturally, he would hide in some desolate places. He would not take the initiative to go to the few great sacred worlds. Who? The sword light whistled, being attacked time after time. Sacred Master's life force was rapidly depleting. In just a short moment, he was attacked 5 times consecutively, causing his life force to be depleted by 30%. After all, 2 great bodies of Sword Master were working together. I can't continue like this. I can only go to the Lost World Corridor. Sacred Master felt grief and indignation, yet he could only choose the same path as Emperor Junso. A terrifying thunder tore apart a passage. Sacred Master followed this passage and entered the Lost World Corridor. Lost World Corridor. This was the breeding ground of the Destruction Devils and also an extra-large maze. The space here was strange and unfathomable. So. Dongbua Shuiying and the other 2 figures arrived here. Lost World Corridor. Dongbua Shuiying frowned slightly. Other than the pressure in the surroundings, there were strange changes in space. There were even many spatial ruptures. He had just probed a small region, but because of the ruptures, his domain was severed. Many ruptures were constantly changing, causing this place to turn into a huge maze. It was hard for cosmos gods to find destruction devils here. This was also a form of protection given to the destruction devils by the supreme law. We can't find him. Even if we spend a lot of time and effort to find Sacred Master can just casually tunnel in, and we can't find him again. Let's go. He can only hide here. We can easily chase after him at other places. Dongbua Shuiying said. Amen. Let's just let him hide here. Sword Master nodded with a grin. Within a sealed space within the Lost World Corridor, Sacred Master was all alone here. Sacred Master looked at everything silently. He felt sorrowful in his heart. He had actually ended up like this. He was chased to the point where he had no path to heaven and no door to earth. He could only escape into the Lost World Corridor. And this Lost World Corridor was actually suppressing him. Only those destruction devils born in this era with the mission of destruction would not be suppressed in the Lost World Corridor. Am I going to end up like this? Sacred Master stood there. Suddenly, my believer, Sacred Master suddenly sensed it. Several avatars of Dongbua Shuiying had seeped into the illusory realm at the same time, isolating all imprints left behind in the illusory realm. Even though it was not 100%, at least 99% of the imprints left behind by his believers had been isolated. How could he break my soul imprint? Sacred Master did not dare believe it. He was chased until he hid here. Even his believers had been taken away. Everything was gone. Even in the next era of the origin world, with his great enemies Sword Master and Dongbua Shuiying, his days would similarly be miserable. At this moment, Sacred Master felt his heart turning slightly cold. I'm not willing. The calm expression of Sacred Master became distorted. It revealed the side of him as a destruction devil. His body was covered in black fog. He growled, "I'm not willing." His roar reverberated in this lonely space. Chapter 1197. After the Holy Lord let out a crazy roar, he gradually quietened down. His eyes were cold. With the rage and killing intent in his heart, he really wanted to slaughter the large number of believers he controlled. Although Dongbua Shwe-ing had already isolated 99% of the believers' imprints, the ancient saint religion had been spreading their religion for a long period of time. Their area of influence was too wide. There were even some universes and inconspicuous primal chaos lands that were spreading their religion. Dongbua Shwe-ing could only save those that he had found out from his intel. The anger in the sacred leader's chest was rising, but he did not slaughter them. Firstly, these believers could still provide him with some faith. Secondly, he wanted to use this opportunity to learn about the changes in the various sacred realms. If his believers were all dead, then he would truly become a blind man who knew nothing about the outside world. You really hit it well. Sword Master has not only reached the final realm, but his strength has also far surpassed mine. It seems that my guess is correct. He must have obtained the Realm Heart Order. A cold glint flickered in the Saint Master's eyes. You've always been low-key and never experienced life and death situations. How could you have reached the final realm? It's fine if you've reached it, but how could you have such strength out of nowhere? And that Dongbua Shwe-ing. In the past, I was able to control him, yet he chose to commit suicide. I thought he had some secret technique, but from the looks of it now, it should be the Realm Heart Order. Sacred Master thought. Previously, the one who entered my ancient sacred world to save his wife Jing Qiu must be him. I'm still wondering where this mysterious expert came from. Realm Heart Order. The Saint Lord gritted his teeth. He had lived for many eras and had long heard of the legend of the Realm Heart Order. In the past eras, there were cultivators who obtained the Realm Heart Order and reincarnated into the Realm Heart, Great Land. But of those who obtained the Realm Heart Order, not a single one reached the final realm. Those who obtained the Realm Heart Order were usually young absolute geniuses. Be it Dongbua Shwe-ing or Sword Master, they had obtained the Realm Heart Order at the Primal Chaos realm. A genius Primal Chaos expert reincarnating into the Realm Heart, Great Land, ultimately wanting to reach the final realm? The hope was very slim. I didn't expect to meet two of them at once in this era. Holy Master felt sullen. He had lost too much. He, the Holy Lord, had no way to retaliate against the combined forces of two peerless experts. He could only rely on the Lost World Corridor to survive. In the ancient saint world, the three figures of Dongbua Shwe-ing hovered in the air above different regions of the ancient saint world, casting their illusory worlds to descend upon the world, causing all the living beings in the ancient saint world to fall into their illusions. Every single one of them was immersed in it without any resistance, allowing Dongbua Shwe-ing to control everything. If there was the slightest bit of resistance, then the isolation imprint would fail. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the skies of the ancient saint world, a series of figures appeared one after another. The thin and small old monster stone, the white-haired male sword master, forefather Tianyu, void primogenitor, blade emperor, Jezu, Wuzu, devil mountain primogenitor, great emperor cloud serpent, Jinni Fazu, jade light master, ancestor bone, and many other cosmos gods appeared. They looked at the distant white-robed young man, Dongbua Shwe-ing, who was standing in midair with his eyes closed. They also looked down at the vast land below and at the many sentient beings who had collapsed on the ground. Be it humans or beasts, cultivators of all races fell into a deep slumber. The ancient sacred world was unprecedentedly quiet. Those who completely believe in Sacred Master have an imprint on their souls, yet they can still be saved? Blade Emperor sighed, amazing. The moment Ancestor Mother died, the believers she controlled regained their freedom. And since Sacred Master isn't dead yet, we can only help them one by one. Sword Master chuckled. Fortunately, Snow Eagle has great attainments in the Mirage and can save them. Even though the ancient sacred religion and ancestor mother religion are two great religions, the ancient sacred religion has more followers than the ancestor mother religion. Amen. Everyone present nodded. This is a huge contribution. Forefather Tianyu sighed. I hope there won't be any problems during this process. Wu Zu was carefully watching. They were clear how troublesome it was when the soul was involved. In the past, the moment the soul was imprinted, it was practically impossible to save them. Asking Sacred Master and Ancestor Mother to release them, or killing Sacred Master and Ancestor Mother so that the believers could regain their freedom, or forcefully isolating the imprint, like Dongbu Shuang. In the past, none of these three methods were practical. And now Ancestor Mother died. Sacred Master could only live by hiding in the Lost World corridor. Wang, many ripples appeared in the world. In midair, Sword Master, Old Monster Stone, Forefather Tianyu, and the others held their breaths as they watched. They could feel the strange ripples. Wear them down. Dongbu Shuiying's three great avatars were doing their best to wear down those imprints. Disperse. At this moment, countless sentient beings in the ancient sacred world. This ancient sacred world was about 1/100th the size of the primitive ancient sacred world. At this moment, all these sentient beings had shed off their shackles. The imprint in their souls dissipated. All of them had finally regained their freedom. Many sentient beings in the ancient sacred world emitted ripples from their souls. Those were ripples of joy, ripples of freedom, ripples of liberation. Cultivators were born with freedom. They were born to pursue freedom, freedom, and freedom. They were enslaved for countless years, generation after generation. For the sake of Sacred Master, they did not hesitate to kill their loved ones and even commit suicide. They were no longer cultivators. Even though they were alive, they were like walking corpses. Only at this moment did they truly shed off their shackles, that sort of freedom that originated from their souls and made their hearts clear was what they should have. Many souls were instinctively cheering. This cheering caused Old Monster Stone, Sword Master, Forefather Tianyu, and others who were watching from the ancient sacred world to feel shocked. Souls, they were originally mysterious. Many souls finally regained their freedom. That instinctive cheering caused a ripple that engulfed the entire ancient sacred world and these cosmos gods. They were all influenced by it. They could feel their souls trembling in excitement. Freedom. Freedom. It was not just the ancient sacred world. At this moment, many humans, mutated beasts, and cultivators from other races who were saved in other places, like the 9-cloud great land, regained their consciousness. They shed tears, tears of excitement, tears of joy. Even though their souls were branded over the long years, they had always been conscious. It was the same for generations. The strangest thing was that they were like puppets, but they still believed in Sacred Master from the bottom of their hearts. Only at this moment did that strange feeling dissipate. Only then did they feel true freedom and joy. From this moment onwards, I am me, the only lightning cosmos god, looked up into the sky. Through the spatial obstruction, he could see the distant, white-robed male. Even though many cultivators did not know who saved them, they felt gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. They were grateful to the other party for saving them from the dark abyss. In midair, the three Dongbu Shuiying's eyes were still closed. He and his other avatars had saved many sentient beings. When those sentient beings regained their freedom, their souls were instinctively cheering. The simultaneous cheering of countless souls shocked even Old Monster Stone, Sword Master, and others. Dongbu Shuiying could feel it even more intensely. Wave after wave of cheering assaulted him. Soul, freedom. Dongbu Shuiying unknowingly shed tears. He was moved to tears. He was moved to the soul's desire for freedom. At this moment, Dongbua Shui infused the 5 branches of the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. He had found a direction to fuse the final branch, Soul. Previously, he did not even have an accurate direction, but now he found a direction. The countless souls are the true foundation of this origin world. The will of the sentient beings can influence the will of the origin world. As for enslaving the sentient beings, this path is wrong. Dongbua Shui even had a feeling that, even though there was hope of gaining the faith of the sentient beings to control the supreme law, he had a feeling that enslaving the sentient beings was not wrong. However, he had a vague feeling that while there was nothing wrong with making all living beings believe in him, enslaving souls was something that violated some sort of taboo on a deeper level. Dongbua Shui had a premonition that this path was destined to not allow him to control the supreme law. For example, Yuan, Lord Lo Cheng, and the others did not have much attainment in the Tao of Souls. Dongbua Shui was currently standing at the highest level of the Tao of Souls across the countless dimensions. However, this was merely a premonition of his. When I fuse the 5 branches, I might be able to understand more. Dongbua Shui thought to himself. Before this, he was not confident of fusing the 5 branches of the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm to the final realm, but today he saw the direction and gained confidence. As long as I have sufficient time, I might be able to walk to the final realm on this path. Dongbua Shui opened his eyes. Looking at the cultivators in the ancient sacred world who were filled with gratitude and joy, he revealed a grin. He had saved many sentient beings, and the sentient beings had also pointed out the Tao path of soul cultivation to him, drinking and pecking. This was also a form of the operation of the laws. Snow Eagle, haha, delightful, delightful. This is the happiest day of my life. The sacred master who has always been threatening us is so frightened that he hid himself for the sake of survival. Haha. A voice could be heard from the distance. Old Monster Stone, Sword Master, Forefather Tianyu, and the other cosmos gods had arrived. They were all filled with smiles. On this day, they saw the death of the evil ancestor mother, and the sacred master who had been wreaking havoc across the entire origin world like a stray dog. On this day, they saw the liberation from the great apocalypse. On this day, they saw Sword Master and Dongbua Shui reaching the final realm. On this day, they saw close to 10% of the sentient beings who occupied the entire primal chaos void regaining their freedom, and heard the cheers of many souls. All of them felt delighted and comfortable. They had never felt so delighted before. Dongbua Shui chuckled. He went up to welcome them. Chapter 1198. Within the great void heaven temple, within a garden filled with fragrant flowers and birdsong, a group of cosmos gods gathered here. They were drinking and enjoying themselves. Come, 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 Snow Eagle, let us have a drink. Void Primogenitor leaned by the side of Dongbua Shui. He sat on the grass and drank from a cup of wine. It's a pity your teacher can't see today. If he could, he would definitely be happy. Dongbua Shui softly nodded. His teacher Guqi, he died in the hands of Sacred Master. It's a pity that he could not kill Sacred Master now. Even if he reached the final realm, it was impossible for him to do so. Perhaps only when he reached the final realm in his Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm would he have some hope of killing Sacred Master. This was only a guess, because nobody in the Realm Heart Great Land had ever reached the final realm in the Tao of Soul. Your teacher loves to be free and unfettered, yet he is compassionate towards the masses. That is why he went against Sacred Master. Void, Primogenitor muttered to himself. He relied on his Tao of void techniques to escape the moment things went awry. Nevertheless, Sacred Master did not place him in his eyes in the past. The moment he became angered, he could use the ancient sacred incarnation, and Sacred Master could not resist at all. I want to take revenge for Guqi too, but I'm afraid of dying in the hands of Sacred Master. Dongbua Shui was listening by the side. That's right. before he and Sword Master became stronger, they could not do anything against Sacred Master. They had always been on the defensive. World Master and Wu Zhu could still fight against him head-on, yet they could not do anything to Sacred Master. As for experts at the level of Old Ancestor Tianyu and Void Primogenitor, they might lose their lives if they were careless. They could only rely on their protective treasures to forcefully endure the attacks for an instant before fleeing. They would either seek help from the Realm Lord, Blade Emperor, and the others. How pitiful! He had been sulking for such a long time. No matter what, he can only hide in the Lost World Corridor, with Sword Master and Snow Eagle around. That Sacred Master can only hide forever. Devil Mountain Primogenitor said with a grand voice, "Ha ha ha, I've been cultivating for so long. I'll have more companions in the coming days." Old Monster Stone grinned. I could tell that the two of you had extremely high comprehension abilities, and both of you had hopes of attaining the final realm before the great calamity. It's just that I didn't think that the two of you would reach the final realm so quickly. I'm afraid we'll be companions for a long, long time. Dongbua Shuiying and the Sword Master looked at each other. The two of them were clear that, firstly, they had the opportunity bestowed by Lord Locheng. Secondly, they had obtained a supreme-graded secret importation from the Realm Heart Great Land. With these two factors supporting them, they improved faster than what Old Monster Stone estimated. Furthermore, Dongbua Shuiying had not reached the final realm yet. In order to intimidate Emperor Jun and Sacred Master, Dongbua Shuiying and the Sword Master had also come to a decision. This misunderstanding of him, Shuiying reaching the final realm, would continue on like this. Dao avoid final stage. The domain was powerful. It would prevent Emperor Jun and Sacred Master from having any thoughts of struggling. If they knew that Dongbua Shuiying had relied on his avatars to barely envelop a large portion of the primal chaos void, Sacred Master and Emperor Jun would most likely come and create chaos. I have to reach the final realm as soon as possible, Dongbua Shuiying thought. Whether it was to save some of his loved ones from the origin world before the great calamity, or to find another path of survival, or to increase his deterrence towards Sacred Master and Emperor Jun. Or was it to increase his deterrence towards Sacred Master and Emperor Jun? He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. The current status of the Great Void Heaven Temple was incredibly high because it had two final realm experts. But Dongbua Shuiying and the others did not continue creating a sacred world for the sake of not exhausting the origin energy of the primal chaos void. Instead, they maintained order and allowed the origin world, primal chaos void, to last longer. A stick of incense was lit. The fragrance permeated the meditation room. Dongbua Shuiying sat cross-legged by himself. His consciousness began to move closer to the Supreme Law. Finally, Dongbua Shuiying could faintly sense a unique space within the Supreme Law. It seemed to be infinitely small, so small that Dongbua Shuiying could not even sense it with his void techniques. It also seemed to be infinitely large, as though it existed everywhere in the entire origin world. 1. Dongbua Shuiying's heart moved. His consciousness easily entered this unique space. This was the core of the origin world, the origin space. It was similar to the world core of the Xia people's world. However, it was even more mysterious. Only spiritual consciousness could enter. Any material substance would not be able to enter. Its size could not be judged by the size of a normal material. Dongbua Shuiying could only sense that within this mysterious origin space, there were many colorful clumps of origin energy intertwining with each other. They seemed chaotic, but in reality they were circulating perfectly. Every clump of origin energy represented a Tao. When the primitive ancient sacred world shattered, much of the origin source energy of the origin world had dissipated, condensing into many origin worlds. At that time, the origin source was already greatly damaged. That was why the Lost World Corridor appeared, giving birth to the destruction devils that represented destruction, causing them to accelerate the destruction of the entire origin world. The instinct of the origin world was to nurture a sufficiently powerful and perfect world. Even though its strength was greatly damaged, the laws remained supreme. Amen. Dongbua Shuiying's consciousness observed the colorful clumps of origin energy. They intertwined with each other, and there were others within you. It was hard to determine how many clumps of origin energy there were, because some clumps of origin energy intertwined with each other. For instance, light and light. These two great origin energy overlapped with each other in many aspects. For instance, phaseless and boundless. These two origin energy overlapped with each other in many aspects. And there were two clumps of origin energy that made him feel familiar and close. One clump of origin energy was the most vast. It permeated the entire origin space, and it was the Tao of void origin energy. The other clump of origin energy was illusory and unfathomable. It also permeated a huge region. Furthermore, it was more mysterious and seemed to permeate deep into some of the origin energy. It was the mirage and illusory realm origin energy. Fuse. Dongbua Shuiying first took the initiative to fuse his consciousness into the Tao of void. A vast amount of information charged against his consciousness. It was vast, broad, and all-encompassing. As long as one reached the level 2 cosmos God realm in the Tao of void, he would be able to brand his soul imprint and control this strand of origin energy. Dongbua Shuiying was just a step away from reaching the final realm. Hence, it was much easier for him to brand it within a few breaths of time. After that, Dongbua Shuiying spent the time taken to brew a cup of tea to brand his soul imprint on the Tao of mirage and illusory realm origin energy. Judging from this angle, even though he was just one branch away from fusing together, his accumulations in the Tao of void was much deeper than the Tao of mirage and illusory realm. As long as I could brand more than half of the origin energy, I could rely on it to grasp the supreme law and become a chaotic origin life form. Dongbua Shuiying sighed inwardly. Reaching the level 2 cosmos God realm in a Tao, that was difficult. Like Sword Master, Ancestor Fan, Apocalyptic God Emperor, Eternal Night, Primogenitor, and many others who reached the final realm. Many of them desired to become cosmos gods in the Tao of void. That way, they could refine several avatars, but they had no other choice. After all, every cultivator had different experiences in their path of growth. They had different personalities, Tao hearts, opportunities, and their understanding of the world. All of these decided that they were good in some Tao paths and bad in others. It was hard to reach the cosmos God realm in a Tao, much less the level 2 cosmos God realm. More than half of the origin energy, ignoring the competitors, just the fact that more than half of the Tao paths had reached the level 2 cosmos God realm was enough to make any final realm cultivator feel despair. Grasping 2 strands of origin energy would allow me to control these origin energy for my own use. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head inwardly. To a level 2 cosmos God, a strand of origin energy could increase his strength by quite a bit. However, to him, who possessed the battle prowess of a final stage cultivator, this bit of origin energy was nothing. It's a pity that I can't comprehend it in detail. All the origin energy intertwined and fused into one entity, forming the complete supreme law. Dongbua Shuiying could not focus on comprehending a single strand of origin energy. He could only barely see the vast supreme law. It was too complex. Compared to comprehending the supreme law, it should be easier for me to break through and become a chaotic origin life form before grasping the supreme law. Shuiying thought. It was said that he grasped hold of the supreme law, yet nobody had the confidence to comprehend it because it was impossible to do so. The hometown origin world regained its peace. Sacred Master and Emperor June no longer caused any trouble. They might have accepted their fate and waited for the next era. In the next era, the origin world would give birth to a huge land. Under the peak of the origin energy, the land would be vast and the suppression from the supreme law would be strong. Even final realm cultivators would be dreaming if they wanted to envelop the entire origin world land with their domain. By that time, the two of them were still confident of fighting against Dongbua Shui-ing and Sword Master, and it was relatively quiet over at the Realm Heart Great Land. An avatar of Dongbua Shui-ing continued cultivating under the burning Heart God tree. Seeing the Tao path of fusing the 5 branches together, he naturally focused on the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. His goal was to reach the final realm. The effects of cultivating under the burning Heart God tree were great. It was sufficient for one avatar to cultivate, and the other avatars continued researching the Tao of Void. His accumulations in the Tao of Void were already deep. He was already researching the 6th killing move. Dongbua Shui-ing had no other choice. He had already used up all his world flowers. Currently, he could only continue accumulating and accumulating until he took that final step. Chapter 1199. Realm Heart Great Land within a secluded garden. Hua hua hua. One hand was holding onto a flask of wine, and the other was holding onto a wine cup. He was currently pouring wine for himself. Garbed in a luxurious golden robe and crown, Undying Underworld Emperor was currently seated cross-legged. He was currently pouring wine for himself. He was concentrating on enjoying the taste of the wine. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the void by the side. He was none other than the humanoid insect ancestor. Insect ancestor. The eyes of Undying Underworld Emperor brightened. He immediately placed down his wine cup and asked, "Are you here because you have gathered everything?" "Where is the thing I want?" Insect ancestor took out a piece of translucent, amber-like substance. There was a scarce amount of 7-colored liquid flowing within. He directly threw this strange item over. Undying Underworld Emperor revealed a look of joy the moment he saw it. After receiving it, he inspected it thoroughly while saying, "Rest assured. How can I violate the oath we made? Woo, 100 drops. Woo, 100 drops. Not a single drop is too much. You're really stingy, aren't you? However, it's still considered pure. Haha, insect ancestor. You're indeed a great general under the Devouring Realm Great Emperor back then. The Devouring Realm Great Emperor really treated you well, allowing you to obtain his legacy. You even managed to gather 100 drops of this Devouring Realm spiritual liquid." South, Undying Underworld Emperor flipped his hand. A wristband appeared in his hand. He threw it over. "This is what you want. I have already prepared it for you." "Good." After Insect Ancestor received it, he inspected it thoroughly before revealing a look of joy. "Then I'll be leaving first." "Haha, if you want any other treasures, you can always come and find me. You can use the Devouring Realm spiritual liquid to exchange for them." Undying Underworld Emperor said, Humph. If there is a need, I'll definitely come and find you, Your Majesty Underworld Emperor." Saying that, the pair of crystalline wings behind Insect Ancestor flapped slightly. He then disappeared from the place. Humph. For him to take out 100 drops, the huge benefits left behind by Devouring Realm Great Emperor in the past have most likely landed in his hands. Undying Underworld Emperor watched as Insect Ancestor disappeared. He muttered to himself. He then revealed a grin as he looked at the strange item in his hand. His eyes lit up with excitement. "I've finally gathered everything. I've spent such a long time gathering everything." The Devouring Realm spiritual liquid was collected by an unparalleled existence, Devouring Realm Great Emperor, from the higher dimension chaotic origin dimension by relying on a supreme graded secret treasure. Every single drop was very difficult to collect. This was the best ingredient for the Devouring Realm Great Emperor to groom the insects. It was for the insects to consume. If the insects wanted to reach the Cosmos God level, the Devouring Realm spiritual liquid was the most effective. However, ever since the fall of the Devouring Realm monarch, the Devouring Realm spirit, Liquid, had become a legend. Back then, although the Devouring Realm Great Emperor had been surrounded and killed, he had managed to hide his most important item before dying. But from the looks of it now, it had been obtained by the Devouring Realm Great Emperor's general, Insect Ancestor. Insect Ancestor only dared to reveal this because he had reached the final realm. Eternal Night has nurtured 3 final realm resentment spirits: the origin blood of Extreme Night, the Sacred Fire Rock sent over by Sacred Fire City Master, and the Devouring Realm Spiritual Liquid from Devouring Realm Great Emperor in the past. Furthermore, I have long gotten a perfect chaotic origin life form corpse. The eyes of Undying Underworld Emperor were emitting light. He was incredibly excited. Now, I'm just lacking the final sacrifice to provide sufficient energy before I can succeed in refining a Death Walker. In the past, I've painstakingly refined a Death Walker. It's a pity that I lost in that gamble. I had to let the Death Walker fight against the great enemies before I could escape back. Undying Underworld Emperor recalled the past. His blood was boiling. He began stepping on the path to become a chaotic origin life form. This path, it was not just him. Many experts from other origin worlds were also stepping on the path to become a chaotic origin life form under the guidance of Underworld Emperor. At the start, he still received some help, but after 3 consecutive failures, he no longer had any help. Like many other experts who failed, he began struggling in despair. It was already fortunate that he could sacrifice the Death Walker to escape back to the Realm Heart Great Land. Fortunately, I still have a chaotic origin life form corpse. The moment I succeed in refining it, it would be a half-chaotic origin life form body. That is my strongest technique. Relying on it, I'm confident of venturing into the Broken Teeth mountain range. Undying Underworld Emperor revealed a grin. By relying on some opportunities in the Broken Teeth mountain range, I might be able to break through by force. This path was too difficult. As long as he could get help, he would naturally think of other ways. Eternal Night, Primogenitor, Extreme Night, Primogenitor, and others feel that I'm slightly stronger than in the past. But it is merely slightly stronger. Over the long years, I have experienced many life and death trials before researching the refinement method of the Death Walker. That is my greatest achievement, Undying Underworld Emperor thought. In the past, some of those who walked on that path of his had fallen. There were also some outstanding cultivators who chose to walk on some unique paths. Even though they chose the wrong path, they still managed to forge a half-chaotic origin life form body. Undying Underworld Emperor did not choose to do so, because the moment he took that step, his path of becoming a chaotic origin life form would be severed. Hence, he continued perfecting the refinement method of the Death Walker. He collected many techniques of those who walked on the same path as him, and even experimented with some materials. Finally, he pushed this refinement method of the Death Walker to a higher level. Only by using the corpse of a chaotic origin life form as the foundation would the Death Walker be strong. Only after experiencing everything did Undying Underworld Emperor understand that there was a huge gap between chaotic origin life forms. For instance, those who cultivated all the way from a weak young age had great control over the Tao and even had an origin world as their foundation. That was tyrannical. And some innate chaotic origin life forms had clumsy control over the Tao. They purely relied on their instincts, and some of the weaker ones he could fight against them even with a supreme graded secret treasure. Naturally, he would be at a disadvantage. The Realm Heart Great Land is created by Yuan. Yuan is one of the most ancient chaotic origin life forms that practically stands at the apex. He isn't any weaker than Lord Lo Cheng, who broke through with his strength. Undying Underworld Emperor experienced many things outside. Only then did he understand the status of Lord Lo Cheng. I've heard that in the past, Yuan had thrown the corpse of a terrifying huge snake that heavily injured him into a certain world in the Broken Teeth mountain range. The eyes of Undying Underworld Emperor were filled with desire. Broken Teeth mountain range was most famous for the corpse of that huge serpent. Whatever Broken Teeth serpent bead was merely the most unremarkable part of that huge serpent. The Broken Teeth mountain range was too dangerous. The more important a place was, the more dangerous it would be. Even though Undying Underworld Emperor had entered it many times, he did not dare to barge into some forbidden grounds. If he had the Death Walker, he would be more confident. Deep into the night, at the boundary of the realm heart great land, on a nameless, desolate mountain, a handsome young man wearing a luxurious golden robe and a crown descended. It's here. The crucial moment has arrived. Undying Underworld Emperor waved his hand. Hong, hong, hong. Bronze pillars appeared out of thin air, and a total of 16 bronze pillars pierced into the ground. They kept growing thicker and thicker, and in the blink of an eye, they were like 16 pillars that supported the heavens, standing in all directions of the barren mountain. Hong Long. Undying Underworld Emperor waved his hand again, causing an incomparably huge, four-hooved, mutated beast corpse to appear on the desolate mountain. Its body was covered in inscriptions. Its 4 limbs were bound by shackles. Currently, these shackles were rapidly connected to the 16 sky-piercing bronze pillars. The shackles were also covered in inscriptions that shone with inscriptions on the surface of the corpse, forming an enormous seal that suppressed the entire corpse. Extreme Night primogenitor is ordinary in other aspects, but its origin blood is quite rare. It is many times stronger than the blood of body cultivators. Undying Underworld Emperor praised. After all, the true body of Extreme Night primogenitor was a sea of blood. A huge cauldron appeared in front of Undying Underworld Emperor. This cauldron contained 9 precious sacred fire rocks. Activating it slightly, a pale white flame rose. Following that, Undying Underworld Emperor carefully controlled the cauldron. One could see a lump of blood sphere, the size of an ordinary human, floating above this cauldron. It was being burned by this pale white flame. Chi, chi, chi. Many inscriptions were flashing on the surface of the blood sphere, and within the sphere it was being burned into nothingness. Gradually, a unique green light appeared within the liquid. In the end, it turned into a green crystal the size of a fingernail. Undying Underworld Emperor held his breath. Go. He pointed. This green crystal flew towards that enormous corpse of the chaotic origin life form. Chapter 1200. Because he had once refined the Death Walker, and this refinement technique was created by Undying Underworld Emperor. After overcoming many difficulties, it was naturally easy for him to do so. Chi, that green crystal fused into the body of that huge, 4-hooved, mutated beast. Undying Underworld Emperor carefully watched by the side. Only after an hour did he feel a slight change in the aura of this 4-hooved, mutated beast. Everything is as expected. After refining the origin blood, the pure and enormous life force has finally induced some vigor in this corpse. Devouring Realm spiritual liquid, go. Undying Underworld Emperor grabbed the amber-like item and threw it out. That item flew above the 4-hooved, mutated beast corpse. Under the control of Undying Underworld Emperor, a drop of 7-colored liquid flew out from the amber-like item into the body of the 4-hooved, mutated beast corpse. One could see the inscriptions imprinted on the surface of this corpse being activated. The moment the 7-colored liquid touched the corpse, it was immediately absorbed and transformed. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Undying Underworld Emperor carefully fed it. This chaotic origin, life form, corpse gradually gained some vigor. Its aura was fluctuating and rolling, but with the suppression of the surrounding arrays, it did not spread outwards. After spending 4 hours, the 100 drops of Devouring Realm spiritual liquid were completely fed. The abdomen of the chaotic origin life form corpse was now heaving up and down. It was panting, and its breath engulfed the surroundings. Nonetheless, it did not have any consciousness. Ultimately, he had to control a chaotic origin life form corpse. Even though it was a low-graded chaotic origin life form, it was not something ordinary methods could control. Most puppets and weapons could easily develop spirituality. Instead, it was much harder to make the corpse of a chaotic origin life form to develop spirituality. This is the most crucial moment. Humph. There shouldn't be anyone in the realm heart great land who dares to disrupt my sacrificial ritual, right? The eyes of undying underworld emperor were filled with cold light. Whoever dares to obstruct me, I'll exterminate them. Activate. Undying underworld emperor formed a seal in front of his chest. He was doing his best to control the inscriptions imprinted on this corpse. Huh. That enormous chaotic origin life form corpse that was lying there breathing strangely suddenly had 3 black maelstrom appearing at its chest and abdomen. Hurry up. With a thought, undying underworld emperor threw out those 3 final realm resentment spirits. The final resentment spirit represented the pinnacle of resentment spirits. It was the most terrifying resentment spirit that Eternal Night Primogenitor had captured and nurtured after torturing countless souls. Resentment spirits were truly powerful souls. They were filled with endless resentment, hatred, and killing intent. This resentment and hatred was sufficient to kill primal chaos experts. Cosmos gods could not reach this stage just by relying on anger. So. No matter how terrifying the 3 ultimate vengeful spirits were, they were instantly devoured by the 3 black vortexes without any ability to resist. Each of the vengeful spirits howled. They were unwilling, but they could only fall into the black whirlpool. Ah. No. Kill. The 3 black maelstrom expanded after devouring the final realm resentment spirits. Every black maelstrom had a diameter of 500,000 kilometers. It was quite eye-catching on this enormous chaotic origin life form corpse. Within the black vortex, the face of the ultimate vengeful spirit would occasionally appear. Every single face was howling in pain. After all, they were currently being burned and used as energy. Come. Undying underworld emperor revealed a crazed look of excitement. Hong Long, the surrounding nations occupied a huge area. Even though they were located by the boundary of the realm heart great land, the total area was still huge. At this moment, a black sinister array appeared in the sky above these regions. Currently, it was daybreak, yet this sinister array had covered the entire sky. It was boundless, and the region it covered spanned across 15 nations. Within this region covered by the array, many cities were located. Regardless of whether they were humans, mutated beasts, or plant life forms, cultivators of various races could feel a dark, devouring energy acting on their souls. Some of them were sleeping, some were cultivating, and some were doing manual labor. But at this moment, all of their souls had left their bodies uncontrollably. So painful. They felt a pain as if their souls were being sliced by a knife. What happened? What happened to us? They looked around them. They were currently flying up. Many souls were flying up. Looking down at the cities below, they saw many fleshy bodies collapsing there. No. Regardless of whether they were infants in the womb of their mothers or kings who had reached the cosmos god realm, their souls were being drawn out of their fleshy bodies uncontrollably. Trillions of souls were flying up in a city. In the capital of a country, the souls were densely packed and blotted out the sun. They were also being sucked toward the same direction. Many souls were suffering from an intense pain. They were struggling and howling, yet it was futile. Even cosmos gods could not struggle free. Of the 15 nations affected, 12 of them were covered by the array. The number of living beings was simply unfathomable. Many souls were being devoured towards a single point. Come, come. Undying Underworld Emperor stood in midair, controlling everything. Who? A large number of souls were directly teleported over. They were being devoured by the 3 great black maelstrom floating above the enormous corpse of this chaotic origin life form. This devouring had to be done step by step. Undying Underworld Emperor was responsible for providing food by teleporting the souls from different regions over on a large scale. And now these souls were flying. They were merely affected by the devouring and were naturally flying over. It should be sufficient with so many souls. I reckon it will take at most 12 days before I ignite the final realm resentment spirits and sacrifice the living beings to stimulate the spirituality of this chaotic origin life form body. Once its spirituality is formed, I can easily refine it into a death walker. Undying Underworld Emperor was looking forward to it. What? This, across the entire realm heart, great land, final realm experts were much more sensitive to the world. Their understanding of the laws was also deeper. When this sacrificial array began erupting, they could feel it. Madness. This is simply madness. Emperor Summer, who was located in the royal palace of Summer Wind Ancient Nation, watched this scene from afar. Relying on his attainments in the Tao of Void, he was able to see the uncountable number of souls flying across the 15 nations. This scene made his heart turn cold. He immediately thought of a person. Undying Underworld Emperor. Undying Underworld Emperor was a terrifying, evil existence before the first war of the ancient nations. Undying Underworld Emperor was vaguely the strongest, unparalleled existences. He represented death. Many sentient beings had died because of him. In the past, the overall strength of the realm heart great land was not as great as it was now. None could threaten Undying Underworld Emperor. It's him. Emperor Summer saw that terrifying chaotic origin life form, corpse bound by those 16 enormous bronze pillars. He also saw those 3 enormous black maelstrom devouring large amounts of souls. It's Undying Underworld Emperor? I've heard that he has been very tyrannical in the past. World Extermination God Emperor sat on his throne watching from afar. Currently, he was publicly recognized as the most tyrannical, unparalleled existence. It's just that when he saw how extravagant Undying Underworld Emperor was, how many souls were flying, and how the chaotic origin life form corpse was, World Extermination God Emperor could not help but feel his heart clenching. There was still a gap between them. For instance, an intact corpse of a chaotic origin life form was something no other expert could take out in the entire realm heart great land. How could he do this? Limitless City Master was furious. Admirable, admirable. Moonflower King watched from afar. He revealed a grin. Undying Underworld Emperor is indeed amazing. The moment he returned, he is already so extravagant. His plan actually requires the corpse of a chaotic origin life form. Where did he get it from? Did he get it from the Broken Teeth mountain range? Or did he get it from the outside world? Eternal Night Primogenitor and Extreme Night Primogenitor were also watching from afar. They had helped to provide some resources, albeit they did not know what Undying Underworld Emperor was planning. And now they finally understood. This is? Insect Ancestor watched from afar. His expression changed slightly. He asked for the devouring realm spiritual liquid, just for this. A madman. The 3 old ancestors from Icy Snow Ancient Nation sneered as they watched from afar. They walked on the Tao of breaking through with strength. They disdained such things. Even though many final realm experts discovered it the first instance, only 3 of them acted. South, 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 3 figures appeared almost at the same time, not too far away from the enormous corpse of the chaotic origin life form. They were none other than Emperor Summer, Limitless City Master, and Towering Sky King. Emperor Summer even controlled the void, causing the souls that were originally teleported to stop moving. Stop! Emperor Summer roared. Chapter 1201. This time, The disturbance caused by Undying Underworld Emperor was too huge. It affected a total of 15 nations. Dongbua Shui-ing and some other cosmos gods might not be as sensitive as Final Realm cultivators, but as the enormous array revolved, they could still sense it. Even primal chaos existences who were closer to the 15 nations could sense it. This is... Dongbua Shui-ing was originally seated below the pavilion, but now he abruptly stood up and looked towards the distant void. Using the Destruction Realm teleportation to observe, he could see a huge calamity occurring at the boundary of the Realm Heart, Great Land. Looking at a city, he could see many souls. Looking at another city, he could see many struggling souls. Innumerable souls covered the entire sky as they flew. Sword Master, do you know what is happening? Dongbua Shui-ing transmitted a message to Sword Master. He also asked his teacher, Southern Cloud King. After all, his Destruction Realm teleportation could only observe one location at a time. Amen. He found it. Following that terrifying aura, he found the origin. That was the corpse of an enormous, four-hooved, mutated beast. This corpse was shackled by 16 bronze pillars. There were 3 enormous black maelstrom on it, with souls howling from within. There were also many souls fixed in midair by the maelstrom. Emperor Summer, Limitless City Master, and Towering Sky King were currently confronting a handsome young man wearing a luxurious golden robe and a crown. It is Undying Underworld Emperor. Sword Master transmitted over. Undying Underworld Emperor seems to be executing some kind of sacrificial technique. That corpse is the corpse of a chaotic origin life form. He is currently using the souls of close to 15 nations around him, including the cosmos gods of those nations, as a sacrifice. The moment the sacrificial ritual began, Emperor Summer and the others came to stop it. This is madness. Dongbua Shui-ing paled. Sacrificing so many? Compared to the technique of Undying Underworld Emperor, sacrificing an entire city was not worth mentioning. How many cities were there in a nation? Close to 15 nations. That should be equivalent to 1% to 2% of the population in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. The Realm Heart Great Land was much more prosperous than his hometown origin world. On one hand, it was because his hometown primitive ancient sacred world was shattered, causing a huge damage to its origin source, causing the population to be less than what it was during the era of the primitive ancient sacred world. Secondly, the Realm Heart Great Land was created and protected by Yuan Exan. Hence, the number of cultivators here far exceeded ordinary origin worlds. Just 1% to 2% of the population in Realm Heart Great Land was comparable to 10% of the population in his hometown. Back in his hometown, he had fought against the sacred lords and saved countless lives. He had also saved about this many people. He could not forget the impact formed by the instinctive cheers of countless souls. Sacrificing so many lives? Dongbua Shui-ing was infuriated and in disbelief. Everyone said that Undying Underworld Emperor represented death. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still shocked. How dare he? Dongbua Shui-ing was infuriated. Under the attention of Dongbua Shui-ing and many other cosmoses, and the influence of this matter was too great, many primal chaos existences knew about it. For a moment, many experts across the entire Realm Heart Great Land were paying close attention to that nameless, desolate mountain. He was paying attention to whether Emperor Summer and the others could stop Undying Underworld Emperor. Emperor Summer, I've heard that you are the strongest, unparalleled existence in Realm Heart Great Land in this era. The handsome, Undying Underworld Emperor chuckled. You are not bad for being able to cultivate 2 Daos to the final realm, but you are still too tender. Emperor Summer's expression sunk slightly. He roared out, Underworld Emperor, you actually used a secret technique to devour so many souls that it affected 15 nations? How many nations are there in the entire Realm Heart Great Land? You are too overbearing. If you act like this, Yuan will most likely punish you. Underworld Emperor, you have just returned not too long ago. It is best for you not to be too overbearing. Killing so many lives is a huge sin. Limitless City Master solemnly added. Towering Sky King added, Underworld Emperor, I do hope that you can show some mercy to these weaklings. Undying Underworld Emperor sneered, All right, let's not talk nonsense. This sacrificial ritual is very important to me. None of you should obstruct me. He extended his right hand. Flames began rising from his palm. The flames contained destruction and deathly stillness. The expressions of Emperor Summer, Limitless City Master, and Towering Sky King changed when they saw this. From this technique, they could discern that Undying Underworld Emperor was not any weaker than Emperor Summer. This Realm Heart Great Land is a place protected by Yuan. Emperor Summer coldly said, I understand Yuan's personality better than you. Undying Underworld Emperor sneered, Yuan is quite good in treating the weak among chaotic origin life forms, but he would not obstruct such a minor matter. Like some places protected by chaotic origin life forms, it is common for all sentient beings in an origin world to die just for the sake of a single expert. I am merely sacrificing 1% to 2% of the population in Realm Heart Great Land. What does that count as? To the entire Realm Heart Great Land, it will soon be replenished. The current Realm Heart Great Land only feels that the land isn't big enough. The population has already reached the limit. Sacrificing a few more people would bring more excitement to the entire land. Undying Underworld Emperor casually said, As long as it doesn't affect the order, Yuan will not care. And the three of you, it is better for you to leave now. The edge of Undying Underworld Emperor's lips curled into a cold grin. The Xia Emperor swept him with his gaze and said in a cold voice, Emperor Hades, I'm afraid that our powers are about the same. I can't threaten you, but I can easily ruin your plans and break your formations. I advise you to restrain yourself. You dare! Undying Underworld Emperor revealed a savage expression. His voice was cold as if it came from an endless abyss. I've used the corpses of chaotic origin life forms and many precious treasures for the sake of this sacrifice. Who dares to disrupt my plans? I swear, I'll definitely do my best to let that person no regret. Your disciples and juniors, your masters, your nations, your cities, I'll kill them all. Emperor Summer, Limitless City Master, and Towering Sky King felt their hearts trembling when they heard this voice. They knew that Undying Underworld Emperor did not lie, because he was like this even before the first war of the ancient nations. He represented death. I no longer have any hope in other cultivation paths. I'm too lazy to compete with you all. Once the sacrifice ends, I'll enter the Broken Teeth mountain range and never return. Undying Underworld Emperor coldly said, If you all are tactful, don't come and provoke me. Otherwise, you all know what I'll do. Emperor Summer's expression became ugly. Madman. Undying Underworld Emperor was a madman. Furthermore, he was a madman who had no worries. He did not have a nation and did not care about any subordinates. The moment Undying Underworld Emperor became furious, the consequences would be unimaginable. AI, Emperor Hades, you will regret your madness one day. The Limitless City Lord sighed and disappeared without a trace. Let's go. Towering Sky King shook his head too. Emperor Summer gave Undying Underworld Emperor a deep look before disappearing too. They could feel the determination of Undying Underworld Emperor. Currently, this matter was extremely important to Undying Underworld Emperor. They were not willing to bear the consequences of disrupting his plans. Humph! Undying Underworld Emperor sneered. Without the obstruction of Emperor Summer and the others, the souls in the sky once again flew towards the three enormous black maelstrom. No! Save us! Save us! Don't die! Don't die! The souls that stopped in midair previously became anxious when they saw Emperor Summer and the other two terrifying experts leaving. They were all shouting out for help. Experts across the entire realm heart, great land, became silent. Emperor Summer and the others retreated. Everyone knew of the threat of undying underworld emperor. Even Dongbua Shueing, who was spying on them through the destruction realm teleportation, was able to understand the content of their conversation. To Emperor Summer and the others, if he went to save the countless lives of the 15 nations on the other side, his own nation would probably suffer countless casualties. Even with Emperor Xiao's power, he would only be able to protect a few cities. The Summer Wind ancient nation was too huge. The Summer clan had prospered for many years, and their clansmen could be found in every city in the Summer Wind ancient nation. Between the deaths of those in the 15 nations and the deaths of their own clansmen, Emperor Summer and the others made their choice. Even the 3 unparalleled existences who felt pity for the weak retreated. As for Moonflower King, Eternal Night, Primogenita, Realm Beast King, and others, it was impossible for them to obstruct them. They were even happy to watch the show. How could this be? Among cosmos gods, there were those who felt pity, anger, and anxiety. Are we just going to watch as this happens? Who dares to go? Undying Underworld Emperor casually took out the corpse of the chaotic origin life form. Before the first war of the ancient nations, he was already the strongest, unparalleled existences. Who knows how strong he is now? Who knows if even the ancient nations could resist his revenge? Who dares to stop him? Many experts felt sorrowful. They watched silently. Isn't that heavens will Taoist obstructing the devils from all sides? Does he dare to come out this time? This is undying Underworld Emperor. How can he be compared to ordinary devils? But the identity of heavens will Taoist is still a mystery. He might really appear. Various parties were discussing. At least they did not dare to come out. Within Feishua City, Dongbua Shueing watched as Emperor Summer and the others retreated. His expression changed. Snow Eagle, you mustn't show yourself. Underworld Emperor is a madman. He is the incarnation of death. Don't provoke him. Southern Cloud King was currently transmitting a message to Dongbua Shueing. He anxiously transmitted, "You mentioned before that we should endure if we aren't strong enough. The more powerful we are, the more important things we should do. Undying Underworld Emperor's strength is unfathomable." Snow Eagle, the techniques of Underworld Emperor are hard to fathom. According to what Emperor Summer said, Underworld Emperor had been to several mysterious places in the chaotic origin dimension and experienced many things. If you were to show yourself, it would be very dangerous. Sword Master transmitted. Dongbua Shueing was watching. His destruction realm teleportation technique allowed him to see the sky above many cities. He saw many regions and those souls. Some of them were the souls of infants, some were the souls of weak young men, and some were the souls of powerful cultivators. There were males and females, young and old, cultivators of different races. There were many of them. Yet it was futile for them to struggle. Who in the realm heart, great land, could save them at this moment? Who could watch as they were devoured? Undying Underworld Emperor, it seems I will really have to face you. When Dongbua Shueing killed many devils across the realm heart great land, he had thought of the day when he would meet the most evil and terrifying existence in the legends. Undying Underworld Emperor, nameless, desolate mountain. There was an enormous corpse of a chaotic origin life form. 3 enormous, black maelstrom were currently devouring the souls. By the side, the handsome, undying Underworld Emperor stood in midair, watching everything coldly. He believed that nobody in the realm heart, great land, could obstruct him. Amen. Undying Underworld Emperor turned over. There is someone who is so daring. A black crack flashed in the void. A white-robed male walked out. He was none other than Heaven's Will Taoist, who had changed his appearance and aura. Heaven's Will Taoist. Heaven's Will Taoist has really appeared. What realm did everyone play the main page of Snow Eagle? Currently, there was a new cross-server battle gameplay. It was quite interesting. Those who wished to play could visit the official website of the game, http://xylz Yozhai.com, or search for the Yozhai platform on Baidu and click on Enter Official Website. Chapter 1202. Snow Eagle is truly. Southern Cloud King watched this scene through the Destruction Realm teleportation array. His expression could not help but change. He shook his head slightly. He truly did not wish to see the scene. Even though he hated and hoped that Undying Underworld Emperor would fall, he ultimately swore an oath and became the disciple of Undying Underworld Emperor. And on the other side was a teacher and disciple who had a good relationship with each other. He was not willing for Dongbua Shueing to fight against a terrifying Undying Underworld Emperor. Snow Eagle has concealed his aura. He has never used the identity of Monarch Fatio before. It should not be exposed. Sword Master, who was similarly concerned, was also watching from afar. I'm afraid this Undying Underworld Emperor might have some unknown techniques. The unknown was the most terrifying thing to others. The act of Undying Underworld Emperor throwing out a chaotic origin life form corpse had instilled fear in the apex experts across realm, heart, great land. No matter what, I admire Heaven's Will Daoist for daring to appear this time. Amazing. Many experts felt sullen and helpless when Emperor Summer and the others retreated. Now that Heaven's Will Daoist appeared, even though they were not confident of Heaven's Will Daoist, they admired his courage for daring to appear. He did not care about what the outside world thought. Dongbua Shueing stood out for the sake of those sentient beings. With a thought, he controlled the void and those souls. He used his actions to express his stance. He then opened his mouth to say, Underworld Emperor, just as he opened his mouth. How dare you? Are you qualified to interfere in my matters? Undying Underworld Emperor's voice boomed across the world. He sent a palm over. That palm was filled with endless darkness. It felt vaster than a cosmos. The endless darkness engulfed Dongbua Shueing, forcing Dongbua Shueing to retreat. Hua! At the same time he retreated, a distorted void maelstrom appeared in his surroundings. At the end of the maelstrom, a pitch-black passage was formed. South, Undying Underworld Emperor's palm was incredibly powerful. As the void maelstrom dissipated, Dongbua Shueing suffered from the invasion of that horrifying darkness. He forced his way into the dark passage and hid 5 million kilometers away. When he appeared in the void 5 million kilometers away, Dongbua Shueing was covered in blood. His body was rapidly recovering. Your fleshy body has actually been cultivated to the final realm of body cultivation. Formidable, truly formidable. Even though your life force is much weaker, your defensive techniques are more formidable. Only then did Undying Underworld Emperor speak. Undying Underworld Emperor, Undying Underworld Emperor. Undying Underworld Emperor was indeed treating this Heaven's Will Daoist seriously. This was an Underworld Emperor. Although he did not use his full strength, Heaven's Will Daoist still had many clones. Even Yuan Emperor Yuan's Yuan Emperor Yuan's world. Even world, underworld, might world. Even though he did not underworld. Emperor had Yuan Emperor had not the Yuan Emperor. You say you understand Yuan's temperament. But as time passes, Yuan might change his thinking on how to manage an origin world. According to what I know, Luo City Lord should be a new, powerful, chaotic origin life form, right? He is more compassionate towards the weak. Under the influence of Luo City Lord, Yuan might have a slight change in his way of thinking. Undying Underworld Emperor's expression changed slightly. That was possible. He knew more. That Lord Lo Cheng, who broke through with strength and became a chaotic origin life form, was indeed more compassionate towards the weak. He was more compassionate than Yuan. Can you endure the punishment from Yuan after such a massacre? Dongbua Shueing asked. Humph. What identity does Yuan have? How could he change his thinking so easily? Undying Underworld Emperor coldly replied. He had no other choice. If he did not refine the Death Walker, he was not confident of entering the deeper regions of Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Other than the punishment from Yuan, I, Heaven's Daoist, will do my best to stop you from slaughtering these sentient beings. The eyes of Dongbua Shueing flashed with coldness. You dare! Undying Underworld Emperor raged. Of course I dare. Underworld Emperor, you are powerful, and I might not be able to injure you. But this time, your array has enveloped 15 nations. Underworld Emperor must have spent a great deal of effort to construct such a huge array. I can just casually choose a location and forcefully destroy a certain crucial part of the array. Given my attainments in the Tao of Void, I have many avatars. I can use the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique to travel to different locations and wreak havoc. How many places can you stop? Undying Underworld Emperor's expression turned ugly when he heard that. If more than 100 avatars were to attack different locations, Undying Underworld Emperor did not know how to use avatar techniques. He could only stop 1 or 2 locations. Given the strength of Heaven's Daoist, it was still easy for him to destroy the array. If you dare to do so, Undying Underworld Emperor muttered, I will similarly slaughter. I will slaughter countless sentient beings. You can't stop me. Dongbua Shueing shook his head. Even if I don't stop you, you will still slaughter the sentient beings in these 15 nations. Since that's the case, why should I retreat? As long as he stopped the destruction, even if Undying Underworld Emperor vented his anger, the number of sentient beings he killed would not exceed the number of sentient beings in the 15 nations. Because if he killed more, Yuan might send down a punishment. Furthermore, Undying Underworld Emperor did not dare to do so. Because once he vented his anger once, if he wanted to sacrifice again in the future, he wouldn't be able to do it on a large scale again because he had killed too many living beings to vent his anger. You! Killing intense soared in the eyes of Undying Underworld Emperor. Emperor Summer and the others had retreated. Yet Heaven's Daoist did not. Heaven's Daoist did not care when he used the lives of others to threaten him. Emperor Summer, limitless, why isn't your Summer Wind Ancient Nation and Myriad Realms Ancient Nation stopping him? Are you forcing him to spoil my plans? Undying Underworld Emperor transmitted. My Myriad Realms Ancient Nation doesn't have such an expert. My Summer Wind Ancient Nation doesn't have such an expert either. One by one they replied. Clearly, the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, Myriad Realms Ancient Nation, and many other ancient nations chose to stand by the side. Even Eternal Night Primogenitor and Extreme Night Primogenitor from the Primogenitor Ancient Nation were watching the show from the side. They did not like Heaven's Daoist, but similarly, they did not like this Undying Underworld Emperor. Of these two, one had a mysterious identity. He had no worries and was a final realm expert. The other had no worries and was faintly the number 1 expert in Realm Heart, Great Land. Undying Underworld Emperor felt frustrated inwardly. He could not threaten the other parties. Otherwise, even if so many unparalleled existences worked together, Undying Underworld Emperor would be in big trouble. Very good. Heaven's Daoist, you are truly daring to stand out for the sake of these ants. Just you alone can threaten all devils in Realm Heart, Great Land. Undying Underworld Emperor sneered. Isn't it because nobody knows your true identity? It's a pity that I know who you are. Dongbua Shueing's expression changed. Knowing his true identity, Undying Underworld Emperor? Was that true? What? He knows the identity of Heaven's Daoist. How could this be? Who exactly is Heaven's Daoist? Who is he? Hurry up and tell us. Many apex experts across Realm Heart, Great Land were paying attention to this. Some were worried, some were shocked, and some were cheering excitedly. The countless demons had been waiting for this day for a long time. He looked forward to the day he found out the true identity of Heaven's will Taoist. It's just that they could not do it. Yet this legendary, undying underworld emperor dared to say such words. He must be confident of doing so. Undying underworld emperor looked at Dongbua Shuang. The edge of his lips curled into a sneer. Why? You don't believe me? Buzz. Undying underworld emperor gritted his teeth. His heart was strangely golden like metal. At this moment, a droplet of golden blood was burning. Both eyes of undying underworld emperor were flashing with golden light. That pair of golden eyes seemed to be able to see through the past and the future. It was as if he was able to see through all fabrications. He was also able to see Heaven's will Taoist, who was opposite him. Heaven's will Taoist soul, which had completely concealed his aura, was seen clearly by this strange golden eye. Disguise was useless. Undying underworld emperor was slightly startled. He smiled at Dongbua Shuang and transmitted over. Southern Cloud Nation in Shan Snow Eagle? Am I right? Clearly, he did not want to fall out with them. Dongbua Shuang's expression changed. He had been discovered. He was really discovered. Speaking of which, you are my grand disciple. Undying underworld emperor transmitted over. Good grand disciple, hurry up and leave. Don't spoil my grand affair. Otherwise, I'll let you off this time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 1203. Many apex experts in Realm Heart Great Land were using various methods to observe the confrontation between Undying Underworld Emperor and Heaven's will Taoist. At this moment, the expression of Heaven's will Taoist turned ugly. Undying Underworld Emperor sneered in delight. It seems this Undying Underworld Emperor has discovered the true identity of Heaven's will Taoist. Hurry up and publicize it. Hurry up and publicize it. It seems they are communicating via voice transmission. This Undying Underworld Emperor is not going to publicize it. Why would Undying Underworld Emperor publicize it? The moment he does so, Heaven's will Taoist will become even crazier. He would not leave any leeway and destroy that enormous array. Without the control of that vast array, how could he control the souls of sentient beings in 15 nations under the law suppression of Realm Heart Great Land? I've waited for far too long just to know the identity of this Heaven's will Taoist. This Undying Underworld Emperor actually chose not to publicize it. Various parties were paying attention to it. The devils were all anxiously looking forward to it. Some were cold and aloof. They were purely curious and wanted to know the identity of Heaven's will Taoist. Of course, there were many fanatical worshippers of Heaven's will Taoist. Some were experts who rose from saving sentient beings, and some purely worship Heaven's will Taoist because of his actions. This batch of experts did not wish for the identity of Heaven's will Taoist to be revealed. This was a flag that suppressed many devils. It must not fall. Grand Disciple? Dongbua Shuang transmitted over. Teacher, is this Undying Underworld Emperor the Grand Teacher? He had never heard of the relationship between Southern Cloud King and Undying Underworld Emperor. He has truly discovered your identity? AI Snow Eagle, this Undying Underworld Emperor has become my teacher. That is something that happened after you took me as your teacher. In the past, for the sake of obtaining the Twin Realm Blade, I was forced to swear an oath to take the original owner of the Twin Realm Blade, Undying Underworld Emperor, as my teacher. Southern Cloud King transmitted over. I originally thought he had died. Who would have thought that he has returned after so many years? Shuang, I advise you to bear with it. He has already discovered your identity, so there is no need for you to continue resisting. This Undying Underworld Emperor is a madman. That time he represented death precisely because he is used to killing. If you were to become enemies with him, he will definitely not let you off. Dongbua Shuang was enlightened. Speaking of which, his teacher, Southern Cloud King, was quite pitiful. He was bound by an oath. Hurry up and retreat. Undying Underworld Emperor looked at Dongbua Shuang. He chuckled and transmitted back, "You are my grand disciple. Don't go against your teacher. I have always been free to choose a master." Dongbua Shuang sent a voice transmission. "Mingdi, I advise you to give up. Now that you've retrieved the countless array disks used to set up the array, your losses will be minimized. Otherwise, once I make a move, your losses will be even greater." The expression of Undying Underworld Emperor sunk. "Yingshan Snow Eagle? Do you really want to be my enemy? If you don't slaughter all living beings, I naturally won't become your enemy. Underworld Emperor, you have slaughtered so viciously for so long, yet you could not become a chaotic origin life form. Don't you want to think about it? Perhaps this path of yours is wrong?" Dongbua Shuang transmitted. "When you reach the pinnacle of your path and can no longer break through, you might be able to find another world. If you give up on slaughtering and give up on your past thoughts, you might be able to have a new comprehension. It might even be possible for you to become a chaotic origin life form." He could not move on a single path. Why not try it the other way? "I've tried it a long time ago. It's useless. I don't need you to guide me on matters related to cultivation." The expression of Undying Underworld Emperor sunk. "If you leave now, I'll still treat you as my grand disciple. In the future, if you need my help, I can still help you. But if you insist on obstructing me, then don't blame me for being heartless. I'll wipe out your entire Yingshan clan and the Southern Cloud Nation. The Southern Cloud Nation will also pay a price because of you." Undying Underworld Emperor was merely saying it. He would naturally not hesitate to wipe out the Yingshan clan, but to wipe out the Southern Cloud Nation? A single Southern Cloud Nation was close to 15 tier 3 nations. Furthermore, Southern Cloud King would turn mad. A Southern Cloud King who had many avatars would not be any weaker than Dongbua Shuang. As he threatened and persuaded, Undying Underworld Emperor transmitted to Southern Cloud King at the same time. "Hurry up and persuade this disciple of yours. Don't let him continue being so foolish. If he spoils my matter, not only his Yingshan clan, even your Southern Cloud Nation would not have a good ending." "What, teacher? Your meaning is that Heaven's Will Taoist is Yingshan Snow Eagle. You actually do not know. Such a secret must be kept completely confidential. It will not be revealed to a second person. I indeed do not know." Southern Cloud King transmitted back. "Humph." Undying Underworld Emperor felt that this matter should be kept absolutely confidential. "That disciple of yours, Snow Eagle, is Heaven's Will Taoist. Currently, he wants to obstruct me. Hurry up and persuade him not to spoil my matter." "Yes, I'll do so," Southern Cloud King replied. Dongbua Shuang stood in midair. His expression kept changing. He stared at Undying Underworld Emperor and transmitted back. "Underworld Emperor, it is useless even if you find anyone to persuade me. You should know that I have reincarnated into this world. In the past, I even disdained to take Ancestor Fan as my teacher. I would rather take Southern Cloud King as my teacher. Why? Precisely because taking Southern Cloud King as my teacher gives me more freedom. I do not care about the scriptures and treasures of Southern Cloud. Do you think he can persuade me?" The expression of Undying Underworld Emperor turned uglier at that moment. Mad, this was mad. This Snow Eagle had reincarnated into this world. He did not care about Southern Cloud King, and might even have limited feelings for the Yingshan clan. It's useless. I have been persuading him previously. Even though I have accepted him as my disciple, I have not taught him anything at all. Currently, he is stronger than me, and I can neither restrict nor persuade him." Southern Cloud King anxiously transmitted back. "What should I do, teacher? What should I do now?" "You trash." Undying Underworld Emperor was incomparably furious. Usually he would still give face to Southern Cloud King, but at this moment he was truly turning mad. "I am at my wit's end, teacher." Southern Cloud King anxiously transmitted back. He was deliberately drawing a line. This was to prevent Undying Underworld Emperor from affecting the entire Southern Cloud Nation when he became mad. This was something agreed upon between Dongbua Shui-ing and Southern Cloud King. Underworld Emperor, stop delaying for time. Are you going to retreat or not? Dongbua Shui-ing roared out. Retreat? How can I retreat? I have ignited the final realm resentment spirit and constructed an array for the sake of this sacrificial ritual. How can I retreat? Undying Underworld Emperor stared at Dongbua Shui-ing. He roared back. The moment I retreat, the final realm resentment spirit will be wasted. The sacrificial ritual will fail and not produce any spirituality. The vitality of this corpse will gradually dissipate, returning to death. I have paid the devouring realm's spiritual liquid and many other treasures, and all of them will be wasted. For the sake of this sacrificial ritual, everything will be wasted. How can I retreat? He had paid too much. The moment he failed this time, only the corpse of the chaotic origin life form would remain intact. All other treasures would be wasted. He did not know how long he would have to wait before he could gather more treasures for another sacrificial ritual. Furthermore, with this madman Snow Eagle, the sacrificial ritual would similarly be foiled. Ing Shan Snow Eagle, you can walk on your path. I'll walk on mine. Don't force me. Golden flames were burning on the surface of Undying Underworld Emperor's body. I don't wish to force you. It is you who has forced many sentient beings to a dead end. Shui-ing pointed at the floating souls around him. Those souls were also staring at him in anticipation. You want to walk your own path, yet you have caused the extermination of countless souls. This is the path of an evil devil, and you should be exterminated. Since you aren't taking the initiative to retreat, then I can only act. This was the first time Dongbua Shui-ing roared out. You dare! Undying Underworld Emperor roared. His body was like endless darkness. His aura engulfed the world. Both his palms were covered in dazzling golden flames that directly enveloped over. At this moment, the surroundings seemed to have fallen into a dark death world. Within this death world, there was a terrifying golden flame that caused everything to return to death. So frightening. What a frightening energy. Dongbua Shui-ing could sense that this Undying Underworld Emperor was clearly stronger by an entire level as compared to Eternal Night Primogenitor. This time, a maelstrom appeared on the surface of Dongbua Shui-ing's body. It tore apart another pitch-black hole. This was the defensive escaping technique within Dongbua Shui-ing's Fei Shui combat technique, Myriad Realms movement technique. But this time he failed. Under the envelopment of the golden flame and the suppression from the dark world, the maelstrom on the surface of Dongbua Shui-ing's body completely collapsed. His body could not charge out at all. Instead, he suffered from the invasion of the endless energy, causing his body to be injured. Even though he struggled and resisted, he merely resisted for 2 moves before his body was incinerated into nothingness. Nevertheless, it was useless. Dongbua Shui-ing did not dare to take the risk when facing Undying Underworld Emperor. He did not even bring along the Void Fire Lotus Flower, much less the chaotic origin weapon, Azure River Spear. He merely arranged for a powerful avatar. Without the aid of secret treasures, this avatar only had the strength of a final realm expert. In some aspects of survival and escaping, it was still an entire level weaker than true final realm experts. Only when Undying Underworld Emperor became serious did he kill this avatar. Amen? The expression of Undying Underworld Emperor changed. How could he kill a final realm expert so easily? Furthermore, he did not leave behind any secret treasures? South at this moment. Many white-robed males appeared within the region of the 15 nations. In an instant, more than 100 avatars appeared in different locations. No. Undying Underworld Emperor was incomparably startled. He transmitted anxiously, Ingshan Snow Eagle, as long as you don't spoil my plans, everything can be discussed. As long as you don't sacrifice anything, everything can be discussed. The 100 avatars replied in unison. It is you who did not give me a path to walk. Undying Underworld Emperor turned mad. Huh. Dongbua Shui-ing had more than 100 avatars. Some were strong and some were weak. The stronger ones had the strength of a final realm expert. Under their eruption, the void was torn apart. Some of the enormous array bases that were laid down were shattered. Almost instantaneously, more than 10 key areas of the array were destroyed. At that moment, the enormous black array that originally enveloped the sky above the 15 nations trembled. As Dongbua Shui-ing destroyed more and more cores, that enormous black array finally dissipated. The sky above the 15 nations finally regained its normal color. The dimly lit sky was as beautiful and quiet as usual, and the countless flying souls in the 15 nations had broken free from that restriction. They regained their freedom. Return. One by one, the souls followed the feeling of their physical bodies and quickly flew back to their physical bodies. No! Undying Underworld Emperor was doing his best to stop Dongbua Shui-ing from destroying the array. But it was too late. Dongbua Shui-ing had too many avatars. Yingshan Snow Eagle. Undying Underworld Emperor roared furiously. This roar echoed across 1 trillion kilometers. It reverberated across 1 trillion kilometers, startling the entire Realm Heart Great Land. At this moment, the apex experts in Realm Heart Great Land understood that Heaven's Will Taoist was Monarch Feishue from the Southern Cloud Nation, Yingshan Snow Eagle. Chapter 1204. A gray-robed young man stood by the side of his teacher. He was also looking at the floating heaven observation mirror. On the heaven observation mirror, Undying Underworld Emperor let out a roar of Yingshan Snow Eagle, causing the expression of this gray-robed young man to change. My benefactor, my great benefactor, is actually Monarch Feishue? The gray-robed young man felt his heart trembling. He was worried for his benefactor, Snow Eagle. At the same time, he was infuriated by the madness of Undying Underworld Emperor. Is there nobody in the vast Realm Heart Great Land who could stop a huge devil? Unless it is normal for a devil to wreak havoc, those who stop the devil would instead suffer? The gray-robed young man clenched his fists. His eyes were turning red. His loved ones, his children, all of his loved ones and clansmen were saved by Heaven's Will Taoist. This was merely one of the unremarkable cities that Heaven's Will Taoist saved over the course of several 100 billion years. This matter was as natural as breathing to Heaven's Will Taoist. He had saved too many sentient beings. Over the long period, many sentient beings he saved had cultivated successfully. Quite a few had even reached the primal chaos realm. Disciple, his teacher glanced at the gray-robed young man and said, I know that your entire clan has been saved by Heaven's Will Taoist, but Undying Underworld Emperor is too powerful. It isn't appropriate for our myriad realms' ancient nation to fall out with him. I understand. The gray-robed young man gritted his teeth. He hated, if only he was strong enough to fight alongside his benefactor. How good would that be? But now he was just a tiny primal chaos expert. He did not even have the strength to rush over. Undying Underworld Emperor could likely kill him with a single gaze. Benefactor. So the true identity of benefactor is Monarch Feishue? A pair of father and son were within the residence. There was a ripple in front of them. The ripple also projected the scene far away. Benefactor has done a great favor to us father and son. Because he saved us, I have the chance to become a cosmos god. What a pity that I can't help benefactor at all. Many cultivators who had been saved by Dongbua Shui-ing were extremely worried when they heard the news. There were also countless cultivators. They were weak and didn't know that the identity of their benefactor, Heaven's Will Taoist, had been exposed. They were still living ordinary lives and only felt gratitude towards their benefactor. There is only one Heaven's Will Taoist that appeared in the Realm Heart Great Land over the long years. Now this flag was going to fall. AI, a cosmos god seated cross-legged in the meditation room, could hardly hide his anger. I was afraid that there would be a day when the heavens will Taoist appeared out of nowhere. I was afraid that his identity would be exposed. Previously, Undying Underworld Emperor had threatened Monarch Faishua, yet Monarch Faishua did not care about exposing his identity. He still chose to save the beings from 15 nations. Since he dares to do this, does he have something to rely on? You have something to rely on? What is it? Even the Summer Wind Ancient Nation and Myriad Realms Ancient Nation aren't willing to tangle with this madman, Undying Underworld Emperor. What backing does Monarch Faishua have? Even if he survives, the loved ones and clansmen he cares about would suffer a calamity. Many cultivators were sighing. The majority of cultivators had people they cared about, either their loved ones or their good friends, or even their clansmen. There were very few who cared about themselves without caring about others in the world. For instance, Sacred Master came from the Destruction Devil race, and Undying Underworld Emperor cultivated the Tao of Death. Both of their hearts were extreme to the extreme. As long as one had a slightly normal heart, they would not be willing to be alone. There were those who were concerned and worried. There were also those who wished for this heavens, will Taoist to die. Various devil organizations were cheering and looking forward to what would happen next. Haha, if he angered Undying Underworld Emperor, his clansmen would most likely die. Even he himself would be killed by Undying Underworld Emperor the moment he appeared. All his avatars could only live on without daring to show themselves. Who knows? Undying Underworld Emperor might have a way to kill him. After all, Undying Underworld Emperor could see through his identity and take out a chaotic origin life form corpse. Undying Underworld Emperor might have some techniques that transcend our imagination. Haha, I've said before, nobody can suppress us all the time. That foolish heavens will Taoist actually provoked Undying Underworld Emperor. He is simply courting death. Ha ha ha, let's see how he ends up. Many devils were looking forward to it. Many parties were watching, and Undying Underworld Emperor had indeed turned mad. He waved his hand and kept that chaotic origin life form corpse before unleashing a frenzied attack. With a flash, he traversed across a great distance and charged at one of Dongbua Shuiying's avatars. Die for me. Undying Underworld Emperor's enormous palm seemed to contain an endless world of darkness. When it slapped out, the other party could not evade at all. The power of this palm was even more terrifying than when Eternal Night Primogenitor attacked with all his might. He even had a misconception of falling into the chaotic origin dimension. The entire world of darkness and death was killing him. Dongbua Shuiying sent out more than 100 avatars to destroy the array. There were strong and weak avatars, and only a few had the strength of a final realm expert. This avatar merely had the strength of a level 2 cosmos god. He was instantly destroyed. Die for me. Go and die. Undying Underworld Emperor stood there. His face was covered in a layer of frost. Both of his palms were able to traverse across a great distance and across the distance of several nations before slapping out on an avatar. So, his palm slapped out, causing many avatars to dissipate. There was also a slightly stronger avatar that withstood 2 palms before dying. After Undying Underworld Emperor killed more than 30 avatars within a short period, the other avatars of Dongbua Shuiying had already fled. Actually, if Undying Underworld Emperor chose to flee, he would only be able to kill 2 to 3 avatars. The reason why he could kill so many was because Dongbua Shuiying wanted to make use of this opportunity to see how strong Undying Underworld Emperor was. Flee? Do you think you can escape? Undying Underworld Emperor had a savage expression. The figure of Undying Underworld Emperor disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived above the enormous Faishua city. Faishua city was vast. It was currently the second biggest city in the Southern Cloud Nation. There were many people living there. The population of a single city far exceeded that of a Tier 3 nation. Ingshan Snow Eagle, the roar of undying underworld emperor reverberated across the world. It reverberated across the entire Faciua city. Nonetheless, the arrays of Faciua city had long been activated. A faint light enveloped the entire city, isolating the transmission of his voice. After all, given the techniques of undying underworld emperor, just his voice was sufficient to cause the deaths of many weaker cultivators. Nobody can save you. Also, the entire Faciua city will be buried with you. Undying underworld emperor roared. Even though he was furious, he was ultimately a chaotic origin life form. After experiencing many setbacks, he could still maintain his rationality. Even though he said that he was formidable in reality, he did not dare to slaughter too many. Because if he slaughtered too many, what if he wanted to sacrifice more in the future? What should he do? If he slaughtered twice consecutively, the moment Yuan became furious, the consequences would be frightening. If Yuan wanted to kill him, he could do so with a flip of his hand. Hence, even if Undying Underworld Emperor wanted to take revenge, destroying a single Faciua city was already his limit, because the population of Faciua city far exceeded that of ordinary Tier 3 nations. Previously, Undying Underworld Emperor had the confidence of bringing the Undying Walker into the Broken Teeth Mountain Range after the sacrificial ceremony. There was no need for him to return. That was why he dared to sacrifice close to 15 nations. But now that the sacrificial ceremony had failed, he had to stay in the Realm Heart Great Land for a long period to continue his plan. Hence, he had to take it easy when he slaughtered. Underworld Emperor, it is fine if you want to deal against Monarch Faciua, but the civilians in Faciua City are innocent. Please let them off. A figure appeared. He was none other than Paragon Master Bewitching Sword. Paragon Master Bewitching Sword. Paragon Master Bewitching Sword from Summer Wind Ancient Nation actually appeared? He wants to obstruct Undying Underworld Emperor. Various parties were startled as they watched this scene. Sword Master and Dongbua Shui-ing, who was already above Faciua City, was slightly startled. He transmitted, "Sword Master, there is no need for you to wade into these muddy waters. Undying Underworld Emperor is a madman." Paragon Master Bewitching Sword remained standing opposite Undying Underworld Emperor. Undying Underworld Emperor gave a savage grin. "Humph, Paragon Master Bewitching Sword? Why, is your Summer Wind Ancient Nation planning to interfere in this matter?" Even though he was furious, he was not in a rush to act, because Paragon Master Bewitching Sword was not an ordinary Final Realm expert. He cultivated for a short period and was the only Final Realm expert after the 3 unparalleled existences in Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Emperor Summer, Ancestor Fan, and Emperor Song would definitely protect this Paragon Master Bewitching Sword with their lives. It isn't my Summer Wind Ancient Nation that wants to interfere in this matter. Instead, I am here personally to persuade you. Sword Master said, "Hurry up and scram. I don't have time to waste with you." A cold light flashed in the eyes of Undying Underworld Emperor. His right hand covered the sky. His palm contained an endless world of darkness that slapped over. Sword Master also unsheathed his sword. At the moment when the sword light was unsheathed, the surrounding region spanning 1 trillion kilometers had turned into a world of sword light. Its power was so strong that it was even stronger by an entire level as compared to when Swordmaster was in the origin world, Primal Chaos Void. After all, Emperor Summer, Emperor Song, and Ancestor Fan treated Swordmaster with great importance. They were doing their best to help him. The treasure Swordmaster obtained was much better than the Void Fire Lotus Flower. It was the strongest secret treasure in the Tao of Destruction that the Summer Wind Ancient Nation collected. It had transformed into the shape of a sword. Given the supreme secret importation technique of Swordmaster, With this secret treasure in hand, he was naturally stronger than when he was in his hometown. It had reached 80% of eternal night primogenitor strength. Chapter 1205. Palm. An enormous palm imbued with an endless world of darkness slapped over. Even though Sword Master was prepared for it, he still felt the pressure. Emperor Summer is right. This undying underworld emperor is indeed on the same level as him. Truly frightening. He naturally informed Emperor Summer before coming to obstruct the other party. Emperor Summer also said at that time, "Bewitching Sword, this undying underworld emperor isn't any weaker than me. He might even be stronger than me. He has left the realm heart, great land, for too long. I can't see through his strength at all." Now it seems. He was indeed on the same level as Emperor Summer. As for being stronger, it wasn't obvious. There was a limit to how strong he was. But Sword Master did not know that firstly, Undying Underworld Emperor did not unleash his strongest technique. Secondly, Undying Underworld Emperor's greatest achievement over the long years was pondering over how to refine a Death Walker. If he succeeded in the sacrifice, he could refine a Death Walker that was qualified to be called a half-chaotic origin life-form body. In terms of strength, it could fight against some of the weakest chaotic origin life forms. Bewitching Sword, remember, you're going to protect the weak and not Monarch Fatua. Don't fall out with Undying Underworld Emperor. Just advise him. He won't be so foolish as to become enemies with my Summer Wind ancient nation. Emperor Summer instructed at that time. Emperor Summer and the others were indeed not afraid. Emperor Summer had many avatars. Just the Summer Wind capital was the biggest city in the entire realm heart, Great Land. It had an unfathomable population. The core clansmen of the Summer clan were located in several major cities, and all of them were protected by his avatars. Hence, even if they fell out, the core cities would not be a problem. He believed that Undying Underworld Emperor would not be so foolish before there was no great enmity. Indeed, the one who sacrificed the sacrifice was Monarch Fatua. Undying Underworld Emperor naturally hated that Monarch Fatua. He would not create a terrifying enemy just because of such a minor matter. Hong, an enormous palm slapped down, causing many sword lights to dissipate. Even the Sword Master was sent flying backwards from the impact. He crashed into the light barrier of the flying Snow City protecting array, and he immediately flew up again. The weapon in your hand isn't a supreme-graded secret treasure, yet you are unparalleled. Undying Underworld Emperor sneered when he saw that. It's a pity that none of you are qualified to be unparalleled in front of me. In the entire realm heart, Great Land. In fact, 2 of them were above the invincible realm. One was the Xia Emperor. All of them were able to heavily injure Eternal Night, primogenitor, and force him to flee within a short period of time. The other was the former #1 expert in Realm Heart Great Land, and now Undying Underworld Emperor, who had returned even stronger. Both of them had reached the final realm in 2 daos. He was indeed much stronger. However, being stronger by a level wouldn't give him much of an advantage in battle. He would only be able to gain the upper hand. It was easy for the invincible existences to escape or retreat. Bang, bang! The Sword Master continued to strike. Undying Underworld Emperor slapped several times with his palms. Even though he injured Sword Master, he merely left some blood at the edge of his lips. His injuries were light. Paragon Master Bewitching Sword, I don't have the patience to talk to you. Undying Underworld Emperor felt slightly frustrated. He once again slapped with his right hand. This time his palm was covered in black flames. This enormous palm that covered the sky came slapping over. Even though Sword Master used his sword to defend against it, he was still slapped far away. He even spurted out fresh blood. At the same time when he slapped away Sword Master, Undying Underworld Emperor slapped down on the Fatua city below. Stop! Another loud roar sounded. Endless black clouds appeared, blocking against that slap from undying Underworld Emperor. Pum! The black cloud was directly smacked and scattered in all directions, but it turned into countless insects. Many tiny insects rapidly flew towards a figure. They flew onto the body of that figure before transforming into a loose black robe. This was an expert with the appearance of a human-shaped flying insect. His entire body was covered in black scales. There were 2 soft feelers protruding from his forehead, and a pair of thin and crystalline wings behind his back. Currently, the black robe formed from insects was wrapped around his body. He looked up at Undying Underworld Emperor. Underworld Emperor, please stop. Insect Ancestor. Undying Underworld Emperor felt slightly frustrated. You are here to stop me. He had some friendship with Insect Ancestor. He had bought and sold the Devouring Realm's spiritual liquid before. Furthermore, Undying Underworld Emperor did not wish to fall out with Insect Ancestor because this sacrifice failed, and he still wanted to purchase the Devouring Realm's spiritual liquid from Insect Ancestor. Monarch Faciua has many avatars, and you can't kill him. Why are you venting your anger on the innocent? Is there a need for this? Insect Ancestor's voice was hoarse. Sword Master was startled by the side. The various organizations watching from the Realm Heart Great Land were incredibly startled. They could understand why Paragon Master Bewitching Sword acted. After all, Monarch Faciua was an honored guest of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Furthermore, it was said that he had a good relationship with Paragon Master Bewitching Sword. As for Insect Ancestor, the relationship between Insect Ancestor and the Summer Wind Ancient Nation wasn't good. Furthermore, Insect Ancestor had slaughtered countless under the command of Devouring Realm Great Emperor in the past. Why would he care about those innocent lives? You care about those ants too? Undying Underworld Emperor did not dare believe it. Insect Ancestor, did I hear wrongly? The Ingshan clan and I have an old relationship. Insect Ancestor said, speaking of which, I still owe the Ingshan clan a huge favor. Hence, I came this time in hopes that Underworld Emperor can stop. At the moment when the various organizations in the Realm Heart Great Land were paying attention to Faciua City. Nevertheless, a piece of news was rapidly transmitted deep within the Broken Teeth mountain range. Monarch, the true identity of heavens will Taoist, is Monarch Faciua. He acted to save the sentient beings in 15 nations, yet he disrupted the grand plan of Undying Underworld Emperor. Undying Underworld Emperor is furious and killed his way to the Faciua City. He wants to wipe out the entire Ingshan clan and even the entire Faciua City. This piece of news soon reached one of the worlds within the Broken Teeth mountain range. There were not many sentient beings in this vast world, but every single one of them was powerful. The weakest infant was at the void god level, and the monarch of this world was currently accompanying his child. Amen? The starlight-robed male was originally accompanying his daughter with a smile. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Heavens will Taoist, you have saved my daughter before. I can't just ignore this matter. The starlight-robed male remained at his original position. In reality, it was only an incarnation that remained. His true body had already left for the Realm Heart Great Land, Faciua City. Faciua City. Dongbua Shui Ing looked at Insect Ancestor with shock. Insect Ancestor is here to help me? Dongbua Shui Ing did not dare believe it. He has an old relationship with the Ingshan clan? Why is there no record of this in the history of my Ingshan clan? The entire old ancestor of the Ingshan clan, Old Mother Ingshan, was still alive, yet she did not know about it. The distant insect ancestor turned around and glanced at Dongbua Shuang. His face that was covered in scales that resembled an insect head revealed a smile. Clearly it was filled with goodwill. Insect ancestor felt complex in his heart. You don't recognize me anymore. Even I don't recognize myself anymore. It's just that I can't forget. My true name is Ba Tuachin. the only surviving core disciple of the Ba-Tuo clan. Ba-Tuo-chin could not forget. In the Thistleflower Nation, his clan was destroyed, and his wife was a spy sent by the enemy. During his most desperate moment, it was a white-robed young man called Shan Snow Eagle who saved him. He sent him to the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. It was also the start of his fortuitous encounter at the capital of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. But before he could grow strong, he was imprisoned in the prison because he became enemies with the Fan clan. Even though he could eventually escape after becoming stronger in the dark, his growth would be very slow in the prison. It was Shan Snow Eagle who appeared and sent him away. Only then did he truly become a dragon that entered the sea and began rapidly growing stronger. He hated many people. He even felt that this world was cruel and cold, where the strong preyed on the weak. Even if he was in despair, that white-robed young man, Shan Snow Eagle, made him feel that there was still a strand of light in this world. Hence, he did not care about the deaths of other sentient beings. But Shan Snow Eagle was something he had to save. It's just that the opponent this time is too strong. Insect ancestor Ba-Tuo-chin looked ahead. He had raised his strength to a limit during this short period. But compared to Undying Underworld Emperor, the gap was still too big. Hua! Suddenly, incomparably dazzling starlight appeared above Feishua City. It was condensing. Amen. Sword Master and Insect Ancestor Ba-Tuo-chin were both startled. Even the furious, undying Underworld Emperor had a slight change in expression. He could feel a threat coming from the starlight that pervaded the entire place. The starlight condensed. It turned into a male wearing a luxurious starlight robe. His aura was noble and transcendent. He stood there looking at Undying Underworld Emperor. Undying Underworld Emperor! Who are you? Undying Underworld Emperor became solemn. In the entire Realm Heart Great Land, he should be the only one who could sense how unique this newcomer was. Because he had met this type of expert before. Broken Tooth Mountain Range, Starlight World Master. The starlight-robed male chuckled. World Master. Undying Underworld Emperor's expression changed slightly. He was clear how terrifying those who could become World Masters within the Broken Tooth Mountain Range were. This was also why he dared to charge into the Broken Tooth Mountain Range only after refining the Death Walker. Naturally, World Masters were merely a part of the danger in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Undying Underworld Emperor was not afraid of a single World Master who was not within the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. You are a World Master from the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Why are you here? Undying Underworld Emperor asked. Monarch Feishua has done me a favor. Naturally, I have to come and protect him. The starlight-robed male said. Dongbua Shueing watched in a daze. He could understand why Sword Master would help him. But Insect Ancestor and this mysterious Starlight World Master from the Broken Tooth Mountain Range were people he did not know. Nevertheless, both of them stood out at this crucial moment. He saved countless sentient beings time and time again. Unknowingly, there were already experts willing to help him resist against Undying Underworld Emperor. One drink, one peck. This should be a type of operation of the Supreme Law, right? Dongbua Shueing suddenly had some enlightenment. Ever since he experienced the joy of freedom from the souls, he understood the direction of the Tao of Soul and saw the direction of fusing the 5 branches of the mirage and illusory realm together. He had vaguely touched upon a higher law at the soul level. He also vaguely understood the operation of the Supreme Law. He saved the sentient beings, and from them, he comprehended the direction of the Tao of mirage and illusory realm. He saved countless lives in the Realm Heart Great Land. And during times of crisis, there were also experts who stood out for him. Chapter 1206, Sword Master, Insect Ancestor, and the mysterious Starlight World Master. The 3 of them stood above the Feishua City, shielding Undying Underworld Emperor. This scene made those who were worried about Shan Snow Eagle in Realm Heart, Great Land, heave a sigh of relief. 3 great experts are here to help. That Broken Tooth Mountain Range World Master is even more unfathomable. Southern Cloud King had always been anxious. At this moment, he felt slightly more relaxed. With their help, Snow Eagle should be able to survive this calamity. Who is this mysterious Starlight World Master from Broken Tooth Mountain Range? He seems to be someone that Undying Underworld Emperor is slightly afraid of. Within Feishua City, old Mother Ingshan was also constantly paying attention. After all, this concerned the survival of the entire Ingshan clan. The moment Feishua City was breached, the Ingshan clan would not be able to resist against Undying Underworld Emperor. A favor? Monarch Feishua has done a favor for you? Undying Underworld Emperor angrily said, "You are a world master from Broken Tooth Mountain Range, and you should be stronger than him, right? He has done you a favor? He has saved my daughter before." The starlight-robed male chuckled. "Underworld Emperor, Monarch Feishua has many avatars. It is impossible for you to kill him, so why the need? It is better for you to retreat." "Very good." Undying Underworld Emperor swept his gaze across Sword Master, Insect Ancestor, and finally at that starlight-robed male. "You are merely a world master from one of the many worlds in Broken Tooth Mountain Range. Now that you have left your own world, I do want to see how strong you are. As for Paragon Master Bewitching Sword and Insect Ancestor, both of you should scram for me. Today it is futile for anyone to obstruct me." The moment he finished speaking, Undying Underworld Emperor's palms covered the entire sky. Each palm was filled with a world of black flames. Those who saw it would feel their hearts trembling in despair. 2 enormous palms came slapping over. One palm swept towards Insect Ancestor and Sword Master. The other palm swept towards that starlight-robed male. The palm was too big. It encompassed the entire world and could not be evaded. Split. Sword Master drew his sword. Sword light flashed out, tearing the world apart. Humph! The Insect Ancestor snorted. The black robe that he was wearing suddenly turned into a black rod. This was the weapon that was most suitable for him. The Insect Ancestor wielded the black short rod and stabbed upwards. His arm swelled, and so did the black rod in his hand. Like a heavenly pillar, it pierced into the black flame world of the huge palm. Who? Undying Underworld Emperor easily smashed down with his palm. Sword Master's sword light shattered, and the black rod in Insect Ancestor's hand once again shattered into countless insects. As the Sword Master retreated, he used his swordsmanship to divert the force. Insect Ancestor simply flapped his wings and tore through layers of spatial obstructions as he retreated at high speed. Even though Undying Underworld Emperor held the upper hand, he suddenly let out a cry of pain, because Starlight World Master was wielding a spear that forcefully pierced through the other palm of Undying Underworld Emperor. It even pierced through the Black Flame world, causing that world to collapse. Undying Underworld Emperor's palm was forced to reveal its original form. A hole had been pierced through. What a Starlight World Lord! If we were in your world, I might still give you some leeway. But in the Realm Heart, Great Land, scram for me. Undying Underworld Emperor went berserk. That unique metallic heart in his body ignited a droplet of golden blood, causing a unique golden energy to surge into his left hand. His left hand turned completely golden. It was incredibly noble. Undying Underworld Emperor directly waved his left hand at Starlight World Master. This is... The expression of Starlight World Master changed. He felt a threat from that enormous golden palm. If it were in his own world, he would not be afraid. But now that he was in the Realm Heart Great Land, he was weaker by an entire level. Who? The spear in his hand rotated slightly before parrying the attack. Pum! The gigantic golden palm slammed down, causing time to freeze and space to shatter. There was nowhere to dodge. The spear in Starlight World Lord's hand trembled from the impact, and his hands were covered in blood. He could not help but turn into a stream of light and be blasted away. As for Insect Ancestor and Sword Master, even if Undying Underworld Emperor did not bring out his trump card, the two of them would still be suppressed. After all, in terms of strength, Sword Master was still slightly better. He still had 80% of the strength of Eternal Night Primogenitor and could be considered unparalleled. As for Insect Ancestor, he was much weaker. He did not have any supreme, secret importation. In terms of combat strength, he was merely slightly stronger than most Final Realm cultivators. Dongbue Shui Ing sent several avatars, and they were not any weaker than Insect Ancestor. But Insect Ancestor's survivability was quite formidable. What? Within the royal palace of Summer Wind Ancient Nation, Emperor Summer had been watching the battle. At this moment, his expression changed. This Undying Underworld Emperor still has such a technique. He stared at that enormous palm that was suffused with golden light. If one said that the previous technique of Undying Underworld Emperor was comparable to Emperor Summer's, but at this moment, the power of this golden palm had surpassed that of Emperor Summer. His strength is indeed stronger than mine, Emperor Summer thought. But even if the sacrificial ritual was disrupted by Ing Shan Snow Eagle, he did not unleash such power. He was forced into a corner by Starlight World Master. Perhaps he paid a price for using this technique? If it was a commonly used technique, why did he hide it until now? So powerful. Amazing. Undying Underworld Emperor is indeed stronger than Emperor Summer. In the entire Realm Heart Great Land, the strongest unparalleled existences is still Undying Underworld Emperor. Undying Underworld Emperor is the strongest expert in Realm Heart Great Land. Many unparalleled existences made their judgment as they watched this scene. Scram for me. Undying Underworld Emperor stood in midair. He emitted a dark aura that engulfed the world. His palm contained a world of dark flames that suppressed Sword Master and Insect Ancestor, forcing the two of them to evade in a sorry state. His other palm turned into a vast and dazzling golden palm. It repelled that Starlight World Master with a single palm. Closely following that, he sent another palm over. Both of them blasted open a spatial passageway and sent the Starlight World Lord flying through it. Ingshan Snow Eagle, I've said before that nobody can save you. Undying Underworld Emperor turned his gaze towards Dongbue Shui-ing, who was above Feishua City. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. He kept his enormous golden palm before slapping it down on Feishua City. Die for me. The golden palm was incredibly powerful. This palm was absolutely a full-powered attack from the strongest expert in Realm Heart Great Land. It was also an incomparably furious attack. At this moment, many parties became anxious. Those cultivators who were indebted to Dongbue Shui-ing were incredibly anxious. Those who admired Dongbue Shui-ing were anxious too. Southern Cloud King revealed a look of despair. I've said before that I should let him endure for a while. This is the ending of my Ingshan clan. Old Mother Ingshan stood within Feishua City. She looked up at that enormous golden palm descending from the sky. At this moment, Sword Master and Insect Ancestor were both sent flying. They were incredibly anxious. Ingshan Snow Eagle. Barbaturin truly wanted to help his benefactor. Snow Eagle. Sword Master was even more anxious. But it was useless, there was nothing that they could do. Even Starlight World Master was sent flying. Even though he rushed back, he could not defend against this palm in time. This palm could be said to be an apocalyptic palm. Even though the laws in Realm Heart Great Land were strict, it was still easy for this palm to destroy the entire Feishua City. Azure River. Dongbue Shui-ing extended his hand, causing a black spear to appear in his hand. He abruptly raised this spear with both his hands. Hong Long Long, many arrays across the entire Feishua City began operating. Many inscriptions were activated. Many light rays converged on the body of Dongbu Shuang. At this moment, Dongbu Shuang, who carried the array plate core, became the core of all arrays in Feishua City. Chaotic origin, world-aligned, great cleave. The eyes of Dongbu Shuang were filled with madness. He brandished the spear in his hand and hacked upwards. One could see many cracks appearing in the surrounding world. Pitch-black chaotic origin energy surged out from these cracks and converged on this spear. Following that, Dongbu Shuang hacked down with both hands. Hong Ka, the world split apart. It was truly splitting apart. The entire origin world split apart. A pitch-black crack seemed to have split the world apart. It also formed a black crack on that enormous golden palm. Chi, chi, chi. The golden light on the surface of the original golden palm dimmed. Following that, the golden light dissipated. That enormous palm was split into two. Furthermore, part of the palm was corroded under this power. Following that, the entire palm rapidly recovered. It was just that undying underworld emperor watched with disbelief. His absolute move was blocked? Chapter 1207. What? Southern Cloud King, Emperor Summer, Ancestor Fan, Emperor Tsang, Limitless City Master, Realm Beast King, Apocalyptic God Emperor, Moonflower King, Eternal Night Primogenitor, and many other Apex experts across the entire Realm Heartgreat Land were watching this battle with their mouths agape. They could see that the power of that palm from Undying Underworld Emperor represented the Apex in Realm Heart, Great Land. Even Emperor Summer was likely weaker by an entire level. This palm should have turned the entire Feishua City into ashes. But in the end it was parried. Is this real? Old Mother Ingshan, who was originally looking upwards, was prepared to die. But that white-robed young man, Ingshan Shuang, who wielded a spear in his hand, had actually parried against that palm. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Strictly speaking, Undying Underworld Emperor's hand was even injured. I knew it. Snow Eagle must have something to rely on. Sword Master revealed a look of excitement when he saw that he still wanted to save the sentient beings from the 15 nations when facing the threat of Undying Underworld Emperor. I guessed that he must have something to rely on. It's just that I can't imagine what he relied on. Who would have thought that he could become so strong in Feishua City? By relying on the arrays of Feishua City, he could become so strong? Emperor Summer was slightly startled too. If even Undying Underworld Emperor could not deal against him, he would be truly unparalleled in Feishua City. Ancestor Fan was startled too. It was normal for one to become so strong in his territory by relying on the arrays. But there was a limit to how much he could improve by relying on the arrays. For instance, Southern Cloud King had spent a huge fortune to stabilize the Southern Cloud capital. Only in the capital could he fight against unparalleled existences directly. As for Emperor Summer, Ancestor Fan, Emperor Tsang, and others, they were powerful to begin with. If they were in their own cities, Emperor Summer would be much stronger in the Summer Wind capital, and Undying Underworld Emperor would simply be seeking death. How could this be? Undying Underworld Emperor gritted his teeth. He stared downwards. Even with the help of the arrays in his territory, it is fine if he could fight against ordinary, unparalleled existences. But how could he stop me? Die! Undying Underworld Emperor did not believe it. He roared out. That unique metallic heart in his body ignited another 2 drops of golden blood. He was obviously angry. No matter what, he had to make this Snow Eagle pay the price. Boom! Boom! A pair of horrifying golden palms descended once more. It was just that this time around, the 2 palms enveloped over at the same time. Their might was so great that the expressions of Sword Master, Insect Ancestor, and the others changed, not daring to face them head-on. Starlight World Lord, who had just returned, was in no hurry to make a move. I didn't expect Emperor Feishua to be able to counter that move head-on. At the very least, he seems to be stronger than me in his lair, Feishua City. Hong, Dongbua Shue wielded his spear. Many arrays in the entire Feishua city were activated to augment his body. Through the chaotic origin weapon, Azure River Spear, he guided the surrounding void. For a moment, the entire sky above Feishua city had fallen into darkness. Amidst the darkness, chaotic origin energy fused into the void and suppressed that undying underworld emperor. Dongbua Shue had obtained the chaotic origin weapon 300 billion years ago. Ever since he got his hands on this chaotic origin weapon, Dongbua Shue had naturally researched on how to unleash a stronger power. If he could perfectly fuse the arrays of Feishua city with this spear, hence he had modified many techniques. Amen. A surging dark chaotic origin domain pervaded everywhere. It suppressed Undying Underworld Emperor and a pair of golden palms. Undying Underworld Emperor could not help but change his expression. Following that, Dongbua Shue once again executed his spear technique. One could see a simple stab from his spear technique, yet it caused many bubbles to appear. Those bubbles started collapsing one after another. That destructive power eventually clashed against that pair of golden palms. Hong long long, booming sounds could be heard continuously. Undying Underworld Emperor's expression remained savage. He used his palms to resist against everything. He did not stop at all. Chaotic origin, myriad realms movement technique. Dongbua Shue stabbed out with his spear, forming an endless chaotic origin maelstrom to protect his body. The spear stabbed against the golden palms. Many terrifying shockwaves were continuously dissipated by the endless chaotic origin maelstrom. None of the shockwaves reached his body. The golden light on the palms of Undying Underworld Emperor dimmed once again. What? Undying Underworld Emperor became truly anxious. He looked at Dongbua Shue with disbelief. At this moment, he understood that even if he ignited the precious blood in his heart, he could only fight to a draw. Escape. Undying Underworld Emperor gritted his teeth. He forced his way into Feishua city. He no longer wished to defeat this Feishua monarch. Instead, he wanted to infiltrate Feishua city and wreak havoc. Nevertheless, the entire Feishua city was within the domain of Dongbua Shue. Undying Underworld Emperor had just barely passed through the layers of world ripples and entered Feishua city when a terrifying spatial ripple enveloped him, teleporting him out. The scene before his eyes blurred. He had arrived outside Feishua city. In terms of domain control, even though he cultivated in the two final Taos of death and flame, his domain control could not compare to experts in the Tao of Void. Dongbua Shue cultivated a supreme secret importation. He was augmented by many arrays and had a chaotic origin weapon. It was fine if he was in other places, but in Feishua city he could easily control every single inch of the void. Chi, Hong. Undying Underworld Emperor executed many techniques, either by forcefully escaping, stealthily sneaking in, or barbarically attacking. They were all blocked by Dongbua Shue or teleported away. Pum. Even when facing against the terrifying spear of Dongbua Shue, Undying Underworld Emperor, who was unwilling to burn his heart blood, was forced into a miserable state. His entire body was covered in blood. How could you control so much chaotic origin energy? Undying Underworld Emperor did not dare believe it. Every single move of this snow eagle in front of him could control a frightening amount of chaotic origin energy. Even unparalleled existences could only rely on supreme graded secret treasures to improve their laws. They were not good at controlling chaotic origin energy. But Dongbua Shue was able to control too much chaotic origin energy. It even gave off the demeanor of a true chaotic origin life form. Unless Undying Underworld Emperor turned to that spear in the hand of Dongbua Shue. The spear in your hand is a chaotic origin weapon. Dongbua Shue was slightly startled. He was guessed? That's right. It must be. Even with the augmentation of arrays, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. It must be a chaotic origin weapon. A chaotic origin weapon specializes in controlling chaotic origin energy. Undying Underworld Emperor looked at the white-robed young man in front of him. Other than hatred and killing intent, there was also jealousy in his eyes. He was truly jealous, because when he was breaking through to become a chaotic origin life form, he knew that there were some absolute geniuses in the various origin worlds whose comprehension abilities and talent were highly regarded by the chaotic origin life forms. The chaotic origin life forms would spend a lot of effort to prepare a simplified chaotic origin weapon for them, because cosmos gods could not use true chaotic origin weapons. But Undying Underworld Emperor did not know that not only did the weapon have to be simplified, it had to be personally refined by a cosmos god before one could refine a chaotic origin weapon. Who thinks highly of his talent? Is it Yuan? Undying Underworld Emperor thought. But so what if he is talented? Very few can succeed in breaking through to become a chaotic origin life form. Ingshan Snow Eagle. Undying Underworld Emperor stared at the white-robed young man above Feishua City. Very good. No wonder you dare to spoil my plans. But you are only so strong in Feishua City. In the future, as long as you leave Feishua City, I'll kill you every time I discover you. Saying that, Undying Underworld Emperor turned around and left. He disappeared into the void. Everything gradually regained its calmness. Dongbua Shue'ing let out a sigh of relief. It is still within my expectations. Before obtaining the chaotic origin weapon, Azure River Spear, he could fight against unparalleled existences by relying on the many arrays in Feishua City. And the Azure River Spear allowed him to control the chaotic origin energy more easily. If he used it with his fists, he would only be able to unleash 10% of its power. With the Azure River Spear, he could control a much greater amount of chaotic origin energy, allowing his power to reach 10%. It was precisely because of the huge increase in his strength that allowed him to fight against Undying Underworld Emperor. But Undying Underworld Emperor is truly powerful. If I did not have the arrays supporting me, I would definitely not be his opponent in the outer world. In the outside world, I'm definitely not his opponent. Shue'ing understood this point. Of course, if he wielded the chaotic origin weapon in the outer world, he would only have about 30% of the strength of eternal primogenitor. Only with such strength could he resist against Undying Underworld Emperor in his territory. As Dongbua Shue'ing was reflecting over this battle, the apex organizations in Realm Heart, Great Land, were in a daze. Undying Underworld Emperor was indeed frightening. He was the current strongest expert in Realm Heart, Great Land, and in Feishua City, Monarch Feishua had fought against Undying Underworld Emperor and even forced Undying Underworld Emperor to leave helplessly. That was too shocking.